Good morning, Board. I'm privileged to be here to give the invocation this morning. I'm privileged to be here to give the invocation to the Board this morning. Thank you. Loving Heavenly Father, we come to you this hour asking for your blessing and help as we are gathered together. We pray for guidance in the matters at hand and ask that you would clearly show us how to conduct our work with a spirit of joy and enthusiasm. Give us the desire to find ways to excel in our work. Help us to work together and encourage each other to excellence. We ask that we would challenge each other to reach higher and farther to be the best we can be. We ask this in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you, and welcome to the Pinal County Board of Supervisors, November 16, 2022, regular meeting. We are in order. And if you would, please silence your cell phones, because that's always fun. I'll give you a minute there. Do we have the no crosswalk? No crosswalk too. Can we do that? Okay. See. Okay. First item will be discussion regarding the 2022 Pinal County primary and general election handling, followed up by staff, or follow up by staff after action report and administrative review. And we will start with Mr. Liu.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to introduce Ms. Jerry Roll to you and to the public. She's been giving legal advice and supporting elections for almost a decade, and she's been essentially Virginia's right hand to help make sure that this general election went through smoothly. And if you didn't know, she was also our public fiduciary for a number of years, 3 years, a few years back. And she'll be giving the update today. Virginia's back at the farm, making sure all the provisionals are finished and getting ready for the canvassing reports.
She's plowing.
Yep.
Good. Excellent. Okay, Ms. Roll, you're up.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Geraldine Roll. And so our report today is that all of the ballots have been counted that are under our roof.
Yeah, could you pull the mic down
Sure.
so we can hear you?
How's that? Better?
Better, yes, thank you.
So all of the ballots that were under our roof have been counted. Today we are finishing up with duplications from the last two groups that were counted yesterday. And we are waiting for the provisionals to come over. We are going to do another logic and accuracy test for the public tomorrow, Thursday at 3 p.m. We completed the hand count last Friday afternoon. The hand count went very well. We had 4 members from each party. The group worked well together. They worked about a day and a half to complete the hand count. They chose 2 precincts. One precinct, they had no discrepancies. The second precinct they chose, we had a 1-vote discrepancy across 3 different races. The board spent several hours trying to figure out where that discrepancy came from, and finally determined that because it was under the margin of error, they would move on, and we moved into the early ballots. We had no discrepancies between the hand count and the machine count in the sampling was over 1,000 early ballots that we selected. So that has been filed with the Secretary of State. We are preparing for a recount. We suspect that the state will be ordering a recount. I believe the races for Attorney General, Superintendent of Schools, probably that margin, the difference between those 2 candidates needs to be between 11 and 12,000 votes. I don't think that's anybody's going to be able to get across that difference. If there is a recount, the Secretary of State will do another logic and accuracy test in all the counties, and the machines will be programmed to only count the races that need to be recounted as ordered by the Secretary of State, and we will be recounting every ballot. That will be followed up by another hand count. I think that's about all we've got on our plate. Any questions?
Any comments or questions from the board? Supervisor?
It's it's always good to stay out of the national news for the wrong reason. You did a good job on that.
Thank you.
I would tell you that I was informed the other day that who are the commentators on the radio show in Maricopa? No, and it's the two guys in the morning anyway. They're going and they said, oh gosh, Maricopa, I don't want to disparage Maricopa, but Maricopa's having these problems. Oh my gosh, this guy ought to go. Pinal County said this guy was going to be gone. He was gone. They need to Pinal County this guy. It's like, oh my gosh, so now we're a verb, right? So anyway, Supervisor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you said the 2 precincts were counted, do you know the number of ballots that were counted in those 2 precincts?
The number of ballots in the precincts. We pulled precincts 27 and 52, and 52 is a very small precinct. I think they had 60 ballots that were cast, and 27, I do not remember. I'm thinking it was 128.
Okay. And then were there any other problems reported to your office?
What do you mean by that?
Any other problems? That we had someone who thought there was a problem with a ballot. Are you aware of that situation?
I am, and I believe Mr. Volkmer could probably address that for you.
Okay. And then normally there's an extra about 10% of ballots that were delivered to the various precincts, and this time we delivered many, many more. Do you have a number on how many of those additional ballots were used, or is that not something you'd have at hand?
We wouldn't have it right now because we're in the process of unpacking all of those cages.
Okay.
And then we will, in fact, they're in the process of inventorying the unused ballots that were returned. And then those will be compared against the ballot order and the number of ballots that were reported as being used by the precincts, which will again be compared against the number of ballots, the number of votes that were cast once we run the reports to prepare for the canvass. And that is what we are doing today through Friday, and I believe we expect to present you with the canvass on Monday.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Okay, good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the board.
Number 2.
Mr. Chairman, I think...
I'm sorry. You know what? I'm sorry. Mr. Volkmer, I just cut you out. I didn't see you over there. You were in just kind of camouflage.
The only thing I wanted to report is Supervisor Kavanaugh had asked a question, and I did want to update the board. Chair, members of the board, Kent Volkmer, Pinal County Attorney. There was a report by a couple that the candidate that they wished to vote for's name did not appear on their ballot. They essentially submitted affidavits saying, hey, we really like this guy, and the race was on there, but his name was not on there. Can you look into this effectively? We did take it serious. I know Supervisor Kavanaugh reached out. I know Virginia reached out. I know the sheriff reached out. What we did is we actually looked at all of the ballots that were printed, the samples that we had compared to what was there. And then for this particular race in this particular precinct, there were just over 4,000 roughly uncast ballots. So I actually sent 2 AZ post-sworn officers from my office to go look at those uncast ballots. One was a Republican, one was a Democrat, to make sure it was completely above board. They spot checked about 2,000 of those ballots. That person's name was on every single ballot. When we checked with Runbeck said that's not really possible that in one single ballot that somebody's name was there. So we believe that this was somebody that simply either missed it or was perhaps confused. But we've done everything we can to assess, and we do not believe that ultimately this person's name was actually, in fact, omitted from the race.
Okay, any questions from the board? Mr. Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Did the investigators check the precinct part that those persons would be in?
We did. There's only 2, for that particular precinct, there was only 2 different ballot styles, so they looked at both ballot styles. They reviewed all open ballots. So what happens is when the ballots come in, they are shrink wrapped and they're sealed. And then when one is given to somebody, they have to be opened from that. So there were a number that were opened. The vast majority were still shrink wrapped. They reviewed and sampled from both opened and unopened. They were there at 7 o'clock this morning. I got the report about 30 minutes ago that they've been able to look at approximately half of them at this point, just randomly, both of them identifying where it was at, and they did look at both precinct styles, or excuse me, both ballot styles that were available in that precinct.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Volkmer? Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Now can I go to number 2? Okay, thank you. Okay. Number 2 is call to the public. And just as a heads up here, items 3 and 4, I'm going to allow comment on. So if you're here for item 3 or 4, don't come up to call to the public. And on item, is it 15?
15.
On 15, I'm also going to allow public comment. So don't get all in a dither here. So anybody that has anything to say to the board, if you're, I've got a whole bunch of folks here for 3 and 4, and nobody that's just for straight up call to the public. Anyone from the, my tongue is tied this morning. I am sorry. Anyone from the public care to address the board?
Good morning, Chairman McClure, Board of Supervisors, staff, and friends. My name is Barry McCain from Maricopa now. You never deny history. Sir Winston Churchill said, democracy is the worst form of government you have ever tried, except those other forms that have been tried. Lately, it's been said that our political life in America has been a ping-pong game between the disastrous government under the Republicans and dysfunctional government under the Democrats. If anyone wants to stop the electoral, all you have to do is say it's illegal. So we hear election fraud with no proof of it, yet there's proof of voter suppression. Still, too many politicians keep restricting voters' rights without admitting their motivations and blame it on voter fraud. In 1968, a Yale graduate lawyer by the name of Roger Clegg and Florida Democrats first were able to successfully disqualify candidates and voters, which I have already demonstrated how the so-called Pinal County Democrats leadership has systematically excluded me from running for office in favor of incompetent candidates. Without experienced candidates, then democracy is put in peril, and said candidates will not be leaders, but yet they'll show up, show out, and run traditional all the way to the bank. I do agree with Chancellor Clegg to some extent when he said that no one who has done something illegal can be trusted with self-government and is shaky at best. And now we have a Pinal County Democrat insinuating that Pinal County Sheriff be denied his personal opinion. Oh, ye hypocrites. Plus, we have a candidate for governor that doesn't want to debate. Oh, ye hypocrites. She now claims that Watergate happened in her office. Now, as a freedom rider, I'm seeing on both sides is trying to stop the vote. And I just cannot, in my family, we're taught we must deal with what is in this world, not what we want. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I did find a list of people that wanted to speak, but let me run to them, Mr. Wolf, before you come up.
Okay.
I do have 2 others that are listed, and then I'll come back to you. Mr. O'Reilly. Sorry for the confusion up here. I've got about 20 piles of papers here sometimes.
Not a problem. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Kevin O'Reilly. I come from Santan Valley. I've come before the board to tell you of 2 issues that took place during the election. I'm kind of disappointed they weren't brought to the board ahead of time. The first 2 instances, separate instances, were voters who were on the precincts register in August and were not in the November election. The Arizona statutes, as I'm sure you're aware, cover removing people from the precinct voter registration. There are Arizona statutes. There's also a federal one, 52 U.S.C. 20507 C2A. deals with making changes to the voter registrations 90 days prior to the election. Since the election in August is 96 days, if they made those removals during the first 6 days, then that would be allowed. But after that, it shouldn't have happened. The next morning, November 9th, I notified the Elections Department of this problem. It occurred twice, two different people processing it. So I come before the board simply to ask two things. One is that the board continue to be briefed at its regular meetings on these issues. Number one, for the sake of the board, but even more importantly, I thought that those meeting briefings to you did wonders to restore confidence back in the board and in the voting process, and I think you can all agree with that. It did a tremendous job in letting the voters know what the county was doing. Kudos to the board, to the Elections Department, to the County Attorney's Department. Great job, Herculean effort to make all of that happen, and I truly mean that. And in such a short time frame, incredible. So congratulations to everybody that was involved. But I think it's critical that you continue to have this until at least these minor, actually not so minor, removing people from voter rolls is a serious issue, but until they're resolved. The second thing is a minor point on training. When this happened, I think it was the inspector, I'm not sure, but the gentleman took my driver's license and the other person's driver's license and called somebody, presumably at election headquarters. And right by the entrance to the door, he proceeded to read all of the information off of my driver's license with a line of people standing there and people walking out. There's all kinds of state statutes that deal with that. And they need to be trained. You don't do that. You go off. All of that, let me finish simply by saying the people at the precinct were fantastic. They worked diligently to figure out what the problem was. They were polite. And I just can't say enough about, not criticizing them, just congratulating them on a job well done, as best as they could do. I see my time is up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. Sure. Comments at the end.
Okay, I just want to give some direction to.
Oh, we do that at the end. Okay. The next one is Mr. Sabin.
Good morning, Chairman McClure, Supervisors. My name is Pete Sabin from unincorporated Marana. And so prior to the election, and by the way, before I really get into it, let me just say thank you, because I was a poll observer and it seemed like from my perspective, everything that I saw went really well. So thank you for correcting the issues from the primary into the general. More broadly, 80% of Americans are dissatisfied with the direction of the country. It's a record high number. We currently face the highest inflation we've had in 50 years. Fentanyl is flowing over the open borders, killing 100,000 Americans a year, including 3,000 Arizonans every year, many of whom are children. Afghanistan, disastrous withdrawal, $85 billion in equipment left behind, 13 soldiers dead, thousands of American citizens left behind. Then you have FTX, imploded basically the day after the election. And it turns out that the CEO, Sam Bankman-Fried, was a major Democrat donor, but he also gave money to Mitch McConnell as well and a few other Republicans. Basically, what happened was taxpayer money, billions of dollars, flowed into Ukraine for aid. Ukraine then, that government then invested that money into FTX, which then was backdoor stolen by the CEO and turned into cash, which then ended back up in the pockets of politicians here in the U.S. So that's our money at work, folks. So in this backdrop, we're to believe that the incumbent president and his party had the best midterm result in the history, well, not the history, but probably in the last 50 years. Usually an incumbent president's party suffers major losses in their first midterm. That didn't happen. So where I'm going with this is here in Arizona. We're supposed to believe that people were going down the ballot. They were going D, 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 D. Oh, state treasurer, we'll go R, and then we'll go D again. That just doesn't happen. People vote pretty much a party line in these divided times. So that's a red flag. Then 30% of the tabulator machines, and I'm talking about Maricopa here now, and I should be at that meeting, but there's plenty of other people that are there, so I'm just thought I'd come here instead. 30% of the tabulators were not working in heavily conservative / Republican areas, Anthem, Wickenburg. Very coincidental that the candidate running the election, was actually, a candidate for that office. And so you have hours-long lines in conservative areas. And, when Republicans vote heavily on Election Day. So that just seems suspicious to me. And I think that we would like this election looked at more closely. I know I'm going to be called a liar and a conspiracy theorist, but we have a problem.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Next, we have Ms. Ramirez. Sorry about that. Courtney Ramirez. There you go.
Good morning, everybody. I wanted to speak on behalf of the elections also. I spoke on this before, and, we're still here a week after Election Day talking about all the problems that we're having. This is 2022, and we're depending on technology, computers, corrupt people in our governments that are in charge of our sacred elections. And we, the people, want answers, we want justice, and we want all this to be made right, like yesterday. And so many of us are questioning. A lot of these politicians that ran, that lost, are giving their concession speeches, they're conceding from their races. And the media is calling the winners, all these different media outlets. We want to know, why is that happening? If you guys aren't officially done with your counting and these media outlets are spreading, they're the ones announcing the winners, why is that happening? And is it your responsibility to inform the public as to what is going on with that? We want answers. And, there's so much that the American people are not comfortable with right now with these elections. We can all admit there's corruption everywhere. And our voting is our sacred right to then put people into office that are then in charge of making these rules and laws in which we, the people, are supposed to follow. So whatever Pinal County has to do to get to the bottom of what is happening in our elections, I think only one person's been fired so far. Something is shady. We're a week into this, and we're supposed to not have an official answer until next week. Yet the mainstream media is already announcing winners, and people are already conceding their races and admitting they lost. Well, how are they doing that if even Pinal County is not officially done with the results of our election? So if we, the people, can even just get an answer on that, a solid answer from our Board of Supervisors, why are people calling the races if our districts aren't even officially done counting our votes? And why is there still a problem with ballots and votes? And what is wrong with our election system, people? We are depending on you guys, and we, the people, need to understand that we have the power. This is our elections. We are the people. We are America. And why isn't anybody standing up for this? This is un-American. And to have so many Americans quiet about our elections and the corruption in our cities and in our
Mr.
counties
Maris, your time
and in
is up.
D.C.,
Your time
we
is
have
up.
to stand up. Thank you.
Time is up. I would just remind, I am rather indulgent about letting people talk, but I would remind everybody that it's 3 minutes. And when the red light goes off, I give you a couple seconds, but not a whole lot more. So please try to do that because we have a lot of people that want to talk today, and I don't want to be here till 3. Sorry, I don't think any of you do either. All right, Mr. Wolf, I think you are up next.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm coming with good news. I want to congratulate the people of Arizona for passing overwhelmingly Proposition 130, which will restore a benefit to our disabled veterans. It passed with over 64% of the vote last tally, and the citizens saw this was a good thing. The assessors in Arizona worked on it for 10 years, and the culmination of this week was very gratifying. It's good for the citizens, it's good for Pinal County, it's good for the state of Arizona. Second thing, I want to give kudos to this board for when we had problems with our primary, you acted decisively and effectively and in a manner that was transparent to everybody. And by putting Virginia Ross in the right place at the right time, we came off with a nearly perfect election this last week. And so credit to you folks, credit to the county attorney's office and the county manager's office. We worked together, we solved the problem, and the citizens who are sitting here today can be confident that Pinal County did the right thing for the people of Pinal County. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. I believe, Mr. Bean, you had your hand up. Did you want to come speak?
Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman Serda, and members of the board, I'm Tom Bean of Casa Grande. In a rural Arizona, in a town called Miami, a son was born to Mexican immigrants. His name was Bobby. Bobby played with all the children in the neighborhood. However, when it came time to start school, Bobby found that he would be attending a new school called the Apache Mexican-American School. He learned a new word, segregated. He faced segregation at school, the movie theater, at church, at the YMCA, being allowed to only swim the day before they drained the pool. All of this helped shape Bobby's conscience. Nevertheless, Bob went on to graduate from high school and enlisted in the United States Air Force. Bob served as a court reporter during the Korean War. He decided to enter into a career in diplomacy. With the help of friends, Robert entered the Georgetown School of Foreign Service, one of the finest schools in the country. Robert graduated in 1962. For 30 years, he worked in both the private and the public sector. Robert worked in the United States Congress for 24 years. He worked for 5 congressmen, Morris Udall and Stuart Udall being 2 of them. He also ran for Congress twice. Somehow he found the time to go on to be vice president of a gold mining company. Robert retired in 1972 and returned to Arizona. Gold Canyon became his home. He had a 1,000 square foot artist studio built behind his home. For too many events that began to happen in Arizona, they bothered Robert. He became an activist in many organizations that fought for the rights of all people. Over the next few decades, Robert worked with the public policy, energy, the environment, education, and the arts. He helped people prepare for the citizenship test, and then he would attend their swearing-in ceremony. Roberto decided to step up even further. He became president of the ACLU of Arizona. He founded Somos America and serves on its board as president. Roberto labored hard to have a portion of Highway 60 named to honor former Democratic Governor Rose Mofford. He was successful. He co-founded Unidos un Arizona, which provides for free legal service to immigrants. He traveled to our national border to leave jugs of water. Roberto mentos young people. He led a protest march to the state capitol. It was the largest in the history of this state. 200,000 people marched. His energy is unending. Call him up sometime when you're in Gold Canyon and request to see his artist studio. On November 25th, Roberto Reveles will celebrate his 90th birthday. This has been a 3-minute talk that covered 90 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bean. Please, no clapping, please. That was very good, though. I'm going to ask someone, Mr. Reck.
Good morning, Board. I'm Noel Reck from Casa Grande. First, happy early Thanksgiving to all of you. Today, I'm feeling very thankful to the Board and Virginia Ross and her staff for a very successful general election. In fact, thanks to poll workers all across the state for their hard work, especially those in Maricopa County. They've had to unnecessarily endure a lot over the last 2 years. I was an election observer at the Cowboy Church Precinct 55 in Casa Grande, a very red precinct. I know I was the only Democrat in the room. When I left, I had to compliment their staff on a job very well done. 4:30 in the morning until 8:30 at night. Props go out to them. This election process and the results indicates that our election was once again free and fair, and the voters are tired of the stolen election conspiracy theories. Election-denying candidates and organizations such as True the Vote that are purveyors of 2,000 Mules conspiracies and the big lies are thankfully fading fast and very much played out. I do want to thank Representative Tom O'Halloran, a productive member of the Congressional Problem Solvers. We lost a good man there to a heavily gerrymandered district. Representative O'Halloran's record is easy to find at congress.gov, showing him to continuously work across the aisle to be a champion for water conservation, infrastructure, healthcare and hospitals, internet access, education, law enforcement, tribal relations, veterans, seniors, etc. We lost a good one. I do want to thank the Board for their agenda items today regarding animal rescue, the Against Abuse organization that you've partnered with. Would note that the Dems of Casa Grande recently held a cornhole tournament where we donated approximately $300 to them. So we're on the same page with all of that. Also hazardous waste, victims' rights, family advocacy, and of course, I look forward to your discussion of item 16 today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reck. Are there others that wish to address the Board and call to the public? Seeing none. Supervisor Goodman, you had a direction.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to Mr. O'Reilly's comments that he made, I was copied on that particular issue, and I would like myself a response, but I agree with him if we can make that part of the narrative there. The other thing is I would like to see us really give some kudos out to the volunteers that stepped up and really helped out with the elections, and so I don't know what we can do there, but other than what we just did. But anyway, those are the two things that I wanted to bring up and recognize more than anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on to, pardon me, I've got item number 3, which is presentation and discussion of the creation of the Chevelon Trail, secondary access road connecting the Peralta Canyon neighborhood with US 60. And we have Mr. Wanamaker.
Good morning, board member, chairman, members of the board. So today, this item, we're going to be talking about the proposed secondary access for Peralta Canyon and Peralta Trails, specifically the road's called Chevelon Trail. This is just informational. So to get you guys familiar with this area again, this is Gold Canyon. We've got Peralta Canyon development there shown in blue, Mesa de Oro on the north, and US 60 going diagonally through the screen there. So when we talk about secondary access for this community currently has access off of Peralta Road, which is their primary access, and then Peralta Canyon Way, which is the road that we discussed at the board meeting 2 weeks ago. It was important to note that the plat for Peralta Canyon does show that there's going to be a future roadway connection on Chevelon Trail, which I'll show you that in a moment. And the 2022 most recent traffic circulation study that we did to look at access issues in this area did recommend that we continue looking for additional access points for this community. And then also, I wanted to bring to your attention that in 2019, the county also hired a consultant to look specifically at secondary access for this community only, which we'll get into that a little bit further along in this presentation. Let's see here. So here's the tentative plat for the Peralta Canyon development, which I showed you at the last meeting. So on the north there is where the Peralta Canyon Way road is, as you can see on the tentative plat. It's not shown there. And on the lower left of your screen, we have the Chevelon Trail Road, which terminates at the subdivision boundary there. So let's see here. Oops. So going to the final plats that were actually ultimately approved, you can see the Peralta Canyon Way connection there on the north, which is in the parcel 12 of Peralta Canyon. And down there on the left side of the screen is the Chevelon connection there, again, terminating at the edge of the subdivision with the intent that it would connect westerly in the future. So in 2019, Pinal County hired a consultant to look at access options for this community, because again, they only had one access point, Peralta Road. The study evaluated two options for connecting to Sleepy Hollow Trail, which is in Mesa de Oro to the north, and they evaluated three options for extending Chevelon Trail to the US 60, and those three options are a full access option, a partial or three-quarter access, and then a limited access, which is just allowing right in and right out traffic movements only. So this map shows kind of those alternatives. The green line there is your Peralta Canyon Way connection between the two subdivisions. The red line is the alternatives for the full access and three-quarter access, and that road would connect to the crossover there on US 60, which would allow for those different turning movements. The yellow line represents the limited access right in, right out only extension of Chevelon Trail alternative. So the 2019 study summary, interestingly enough, the recommended alternative was to put a gate on the connection road. That's the Peralta Canyon Way. So, that was the primary recommendation of that study. But the study also recommended that we reevaluate in the future when Peralta Canyon is built out. This table right here kind of shows these five alternatives and the relative costs. Let's see here. Delay. So talking about Chevelon Trail, so even though the study had recommended gated access to the north, we know that additional access is needed for this community. We decided to look at alternative E, which is that limited access, right in, right out Chevelon Trail extension. And so here's some numbers on what this connection, how it would perform. Based on the analysis, about 16.5% or 127 of the 769 lots in Peralta Canyon would prefer Chevelon Trail over Peralta Road for use for accessing the subdivision. With this configuration, there'd be no traffic signal warranted, and the estimated daily traffic on this connection would be between 600 and 1,200 vehicles per day. And about 90% of that traffic would be leaving the subdivision. Due to the location and the right-in, right-out restrictions, it wouldn't likely see much use in the evening when people are coming home from work or coming home from shopping. Because they'd have to make a U-turn there at Peralta Road. So let's see here. So we had started to pursue this alternative E for several on trail access. We had some conversations with the State Land Department. We actually filed our application with them. They do support this option. They don't support the other options because they're longer in length. We also had some conversations with ADOT because it's obviously will connect to US 60, and they're supportive of it at this time as well. So we have put this project kind of on hold right now as we are working through this Peralta Canyon Way issue. And just for some context, we did look at a number of other alternatives to Chevron Trail, and there just really isn't any other good options, primarily due to the existing land rights, whether it be state land or private land, that would really hinder or prevent the implementation of other solutions.
Chairman McClure.
Questions?
Supervisor Sturdy, I believe you have a question.
So, Chris, when you're talking other options, and all of this was done before any board member or any staff member was even in the picture. This is way back when. The other options, would one of those, had it been done at the time, would it have been Emma? Would that have been a better choice had we planned it, had we known what we were going to end up with now?
Yeah, certainly Emma Road, which is this road here in the community, is a collector road. There's no driveways on it. And had foresight been put forth through into this development, that would have been another alternative that probably would have been better. But unfortunately, due to the way the subdivision is platted, there's not really a practical way to make Emma Road the secondary access.
At this time. Wasn't it even called Emma Parkway at one time? Or I thought I'd heard that.
Yeah, it may have been called that, but functionally it would be a collector road.
But we're too far beyond that to go back to that now.
Right. That's
All
right.
right. Thank you.
Before I go to you, Supervisor Miller, is there any interest in the state land west of Peralta Canyon community, that little funny triangle that we're talking about here?
So, Chairman, I'm not aware of any interest in that triangular parcel at this time. State land has not made a mention of that at all.
Because that may change the way that road would look in the future. Is that correct?
Yeah, certainly. When this parcel does develop, they would, they would accommodate this road, and they could possibly reconfigure it or change it to fit their development. Because most likely, any development within this triangle, their primary access would be at the existing crossover, because ADOT, US 60 is an access controlled facility. So they want to make sure that those full access movements are at specified locations. So,
okay, Supervisor Miller, you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Explain to me why alternative E could not be a right and a left. I mean, you indicated that E is only right in and right out.
Right. That's because.
And then, I mean, I kind of understand the reason that state land wouldn't want the red because it's given up a lot more land, but I don't understand why E has to only be limited to access.
Supervisor Miller, so again, when we're working with ADOT, they have specific requirements on how access to US 60 is provided, and so if you wanted a full access, all left in, left out, and two different right turn movements, that would have to be at specified locations or intervals every mile or so along the 60. So
it's tied to the crossover.
Yes.
That's okay. That's okay. I see that now. But another crossover or slide it down.
Get a bulldozer.
That answered that question for me at this point in time.
Okay. Is that it? Any other questions, comments? Okay, I'm going to open this up to public comment because I see we have a few public out here. So we'll start with Elizabeth Nakey.
Chairman McClure, is this also the comment for item 4? Or
No, we're going to do item 3, and then we're going to do anybody that signed up for item 3 and 4. I will call you again for item 4. So We're just talking about item 3 at this point, Chevelon Trail.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Can you please speak to the microphone?
I live on Chevelon Trail. Can I ask you, gentlemen, anybody, have you ever been on Chevelon Trail? Have you? Can I show you a picture? Can I show anybody? I cannot put it there, but can I show you a picture?
Well,
how we look like?
So the rules of engagement here is that we just, if I can explain, that we're not supposed to answer back.
No, that's okay. But can I show you the street?
I can see the picture, but there's all you have to. I don't know how we.
This is a very narrow residential area, about 28 feet across, compared to the very wide road of Sleepy Hollow. I mean, I don't know what I can do. The cars are parking on both sides because we really don't have too many choices, since a lot of people has maybe 3, 4, 5 cars, and when cars are parking on each side of the road, and we are going, let's say I'm going home and somebody's coming toward me, I have to pull off the road to give access to the other car. We don't have any way to park. If we have guests or landscapers are coming, dog groomers are coming, whoever is coming in our road. Now, can you imagine a traffic from all over the place going through a narrow residential area, perhaps a pulling trail, RV vehicles? How is this going to work? When we moved to Chevelon Trail, we had no idea this could happen. Then I heard later on, and we were collecting even signatures against opening Chevelon, that it's not going to happen because it's a trust land and they cannot open it. So we were okay. But meanwhile, more and more homes are coming into our neighborhood. Those people who didn't even move in, and more people who are working, they can't even come here to voice their opinion about that. Now, I don't know how is this going to be visualized when this road originally, if I am not mistaken, should have been a wide road like Emma with no homes around it. So somebody approved all these homes being built with a narrow residential street. How is this going to be possible or visualized that people are going to come, I don't know how many hundreds and hundreds of cars, going to come through our street both ways? I mean, none of us can visualize it. I don't see anybody who lives near Chevelon or on Chevelon who is going to say, oh, this is okay. And then my other question is, we are all taxpayers. These are all public roads, if I am not mistaken. So how is this going to be that we are putting one neighborhood over the other neighborhood when we are all paying taxes? Please come out before we are making a decision and look around. Look at our streets.
Your time is up.
Oh, thank you.
Again, a reminder, it's 3 minutes, so I'm trying to keep it to that. No clapping, please. It's out of order. Thank you. Next is Nancy Trickett.
Chairman, while Nancy is coming, Corinne Bender has submitted 6 pictures for Chevelon to present to the board. So I do have the 6 pictures for each supervisor.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Trickett, and I live in Peralta Canyon. Oops. I have questions for the board. Why should Pinal County taxpayers spend up to $3 million to build a new road when we already have one that serves the same purpose? What is the board's reasoning for abandoning a street previously dedicated to the public, which has been there for about 6 months now? The abutting properties of Sleepy Hollow do not have an HOA. Can the board get the consent of the required property owners of Peralta Canyon to vacate the street or easement if the subdivision is not even completed yet? Should current and future developers in Pinal County be concerned that the board will seek to abandon a previously approved and recorded plat of right-of-way in their developments, and this does not create a negative precedent for Pinal County and future developments? As stated by the county attorney, any decisions of the board of Supervisor makes regarding Peralta Canyon Way should be based on facts, data, law, and not influence. Here are some of the facts and data for you to consider. According to the recorded final plat of Mesa del Oro Estates, the future street, now known as Peralta Canyon Way, was a 60-foot wide dedicated public right-of-way recorded on May 11, 1981. On that plat, Sleepy Hollow Trail is also a 60-foot dedicated right-of-way. On the final plat in Peralta Canyon, Parcel 12, recorded on May 21, 2020, and approved by the Board of Supervisors on April 29, 2020, Peralta Canyon Way is a 50-foot dedicated right-of-way. As declared on the plat, streets shown as the plats are dedicated for the public for roadway purposes, including, but not limited to, access, drainage, telecommunications, and public utilities. Nowhere in that plat does it specify that Peralta Canyon Way is an emergency access easement. Not in the notes and not in any amendments to that plat. And nowhere in the 7 pages of the final plat of Peralta Canyon Parcel 12 is there an improvement page that shows a gate. If the county intended for this road to be an emergency access only, it could have easily built it a 20-foot wide easement, a gate, a gravel road, and 3-barrel culvert, rather than a 50-foot right-of-way, paved street, and a 4-barrel culvert and curb and gutter. A final plat is a legal document used to set forth property boundaries to describe and dedicated right-of-ways and easements in the part of the subdivision. The preliminary plats are simply a tentative plat of the proposed land division and is required as a condition prior to submission for a final plat. Pinal County recently retained Lee Engineering to study and evaluate connections between Fossil Springs Drive and Sleepy Hollow, otherwise known as Peralta Canyon Way. The study first and foremost recommends that this connection be permanently open to traffic. The connection's main disadvantage is that it increases the amount of traffic on Sleepy Hollow, but it has many advantages that outweigh this disadvantage. The study, dated October 25th, 2022, and funded by the Pinal County taxpayers, states that Sleepy Hollow Trail is classified as a local street according to Pinal County functionally classified road maps. However, it has several characteristics commonly associated with collector streets. Notably, it's a 40-foot wide width and wider than typical local streets in the neighborhood. I'm almost done, sorry. And the 1.6-mile uninterrupted length is considerably longer than the nearby streets. Sleepy Hollow Trail serves as a clear collector street function, delivering traffic from surrounding neighborhoods to the Kings Ranch Road.
Okay, your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you. This is for item 3, so we'll be discussing Peralta Canyon Way on item 4, just as everybody's up on this. Okay, we are down to Corinne Bender. I
just wanted to make sure you got those pictures.
Oh, and we did.
Hi, I'm Corinne Bender from Gold Canyon, the PowerPoint gal, if you remember that. But yeah, I brought some pictures just to kind of give you some context of what we're talking about here. So,
okay. Thank you. Okay, next is Mr. Reveles. Okay, thank you. Mr. Coward.
Morning, Chair, Board. My name is Dave Coward from Gold Canyon. I am speaking in favor of the Chevron neighborhood. I have seen that street. I rode my bike down that street. What the woman said is true. There are cars on both sides. I'm surprised that even a fire truck can get through there, so there's a safety issue there. So I think originally, way back when that was considered an option for an egress point, that Chevron Trail was considered a wider road. But from my understanding, another developer came in and didn't want that. So he put more homes in and narrowed the street. So I lay the blame on the planning and zoning in the county for not having the foresight to look at this situation in the future. What we're looking at is Santan Valley North and Gold Canyon. If the county doesn't look forward in the infrastructure plan for development, we're going to have more and more of these controversies. So I urge you in the planning, zoning, and the county to please look forward in our planning so we don't end up with the situation that Mr. Goodman is facing in Santan Valley. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Stevenson.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Supervisors. My name is Jerry Stevenson. I live in Mountain Brook, and I've been watching this development for quite a while because, as you know, some of the development didn't follow some of the rules of the road and environmental areas, et cetera. Now we've come full circle, and it's almost neighbor against neighbor because planning dropped the ball. And my feeling is the developer should be paying for a big part of Chevelon Trail. It may not be the right idea, but if we don't have the developer not only look after their own neighborhood, but access and egress, that's a big mistake. So I can't replow ground. It looks like everything's been analyzed, but let's not repeat this. And, the developer should be paying a lot more than the homeowners across Gold Canyon. Thanks for appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Ms. Freeze, Marianne Freeze.
Good morning. How are you? I'm here to speak against Chevelon Trail being opened up to 60. I feel it would be quite expensive to have to go through buying the state trust land, widening the road, since it's so small. I mean, the driveways are small. You have to park a car out in the road. Yes, a fire truck can get through because it just went through last week that I saw it, so there's no problem there. But I think as a safety issue, Chevelon Trail is not what you should be looking at. I just wish this had been done beforehand, everything straightened out with infrastructure before all these homes were built, because I just don't think it's fair to the residents of this small community to have to deal with this. Now you've got, on the other side, you got Peralta Canyon Way. All right, so Sleepy Hollow can actually go out left on Kings Ranch Road. They can go right on Kings Ranch Road to go around by Bashas. They can go through Mountain Brook, but I feel it might be a safety issue for them, us going through that way, so I'm on the bench with that. But I just feel there had to have been some planning to get us out of there. I've had emergencies where I've had to go through already with my husband. And I'm sure if I called the police department, I don't know if those gates would have been opened at the right time. So I had to run down to Banner with him, and drive, and out to Peralta Road. You've got the school there. That's a safety issue. I'm just asking you, please, not to consider Chevelon Trail, but to consider maybe a roadway. I was even thinking of Emma Parkway, even though the other gentleman said no. But there are a couple homes there. But originally it looked like Emma Parkway was going to be the road to go through. So maybe buy a couple homes there, open it up, make it cheaper, and go out that way. I don't know what the answer is. I'm sure you guys are very intelligent and you'll figure something out. But just to let you know, I'm opposed to Chevelon Trail.
All right, thank you. Next is Mr. Flood.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
I obviously am going to confine my comments just to the item in item 3, and I'd like to speak in item 4 when that comes up. Just want to quote a few facts on the safety issues, which everybody is concerned about, obviously. First of all, Chevelon is definitely the safest route out of the two options being considered because there are fewer driveways and roads fronting it. Well, specifically, there's 61 private driveways along with 3 other roads in that relevant section that goes from Emma Parkway to where Chevelon Trail ends. Now, other safety factors include the fact that there's sidewalks on either side. Reinstalling the gate on Peralta Canyon Way to restrict full access to Sleepy Hollow Trail. Allowing unrestricted access onto Sleepy Hollow is the dangerous alternative when there are 99 driveways fronting it along with 11 other roads, and that will result in 72% greater exposure to traffic backing out. And not only that, by the recent engineering study that was done, I believe Sleepy Hollow was oversubscribed when it comes to traffic already, and that's without any more traffic on that. And when the majority of people bought there in Chevelon Trail in 2019, they knew there was no other access to US 60 other than Peralta Road, which features, of course, 2 lanes in either directions with sidewalks and lack of driveways. And also people would have known about Chevelon being discussed as a possible alternative route. The parking on there, I agree, it's difficult to navigate because of parked cars. Well, the answer is that, park them on the drive or park them in the garage. That's all I've got to say on the Chevelon versus Sleepy Hollow issue. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Order, please. All right, Mr. Walp.
Honorable Chairman, honorable board members and staff, good morning. My name is Glenn Walp. I reside in Gold Canyon, and I'm here representing as president of the Adobe organization in Gold Canyon, and that's who I represent. Our take on it is, I personally went out and looked at Chevelon Trail, and in my years of experience in law enforcement, it is not a good option. That road is just not ready to take that traffic. It just isn't. It will be a real safety issue. I know it's a difficult task for you. I really believe that Emma Parkway originally was the idea because it's so wide, and then someone gave the authority to put 2 houses in, and that ruined that. It's something that you're going to have to decide on. And I don't covet your decision. It's going to be a difficult one, and you're going to have to deal with a situation that occurred many years ago. But from our perspective, Chevelon Way is just not the way. It just isn't. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there others that wish to address the board on item number 3? Seeing none. Okay, it is a discussion. Supervisor Surdy, I can hear your brain bubbling over there. You have something to say?
Well, I think the main discussion is going to be on item 4. I mean, this was just basically for discussion. And a lot of times they'll say, we don't have a time machine to go back and we can't rip people's houses out. So we're stuck with the situation we have. And Leo, I know it's you're over there, right? You've looked at this from many different options, and I don't know if there's some way to come off of the Highway 60 up against Peralta and then do a road north and south to gather all the streets, maybe, to relieve them. But yeah, it's the more you look at it, it doesn't get any better. And item number 4 is going to be even more contentious than item 3. So we get that coming up.
Are there any other comments from the board? Supervisor Goodman.
No. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've come to the resolution I'm not going to be liked today somewhere. Somebody's not going to like me. So, and that's
every day, though. Right?
That's true.
Okay.
I'm just going to say that just happens no matter what. That's just life. But, you know, somebody made a comment about the issues and the problems that we have in the Santan Valley area. And when I look at this, and I'm thinking of one subdivision on the southern part of what used to be my district, that they only had one access off of Hunt Highway. Actually, there are several subdivisions in the Santan Valley area that are in this scenario. They actually had two subdivisions, and they had one access point, and those roads were so freaking narrow that it was, and people, and you talk about parking in your garage. Well, have you seen the garages out there in Santan Valley? They're not very big anyway. But you've got a family that lives there, and usually you've got 2 or 3 cars, and so they're parking out on the road. So when I look at these pictures on Chevelon and the things that we're faced with right now, I'm in agreement with that. Chevelon Trail is probably not the best option, but there needs to be another access point. I don't know how many homes there's total. I actually drove this today on my way. I wanted to make sure that I was well informed. I saw with my own eyes what the problems were and things of that nature. So I drove Sleepy Hollow. I'm surprised that some of the businesses up along Kings Ranch that wrap around aren't here, because there is an access point. A lot of these homes up on the I think that's the northern part of the Peralta subdivision. They access off of that. Somebody made comment about they take that road to go back up there to avoid getting on the 60, and so they use and access that. I've noticed how wide Sleepy Hollow is. I mean, that is a wide road. I know there was a lot of comments about that, but that road is wider than any other road that's in that area. And so I'm looking at that, and I'm looking how wide and paved and nice the Peralta Canyon Way is. But I will agree that there has to be another access point for this subdivision. And that's one thing, and I know our planning department's here, and they're listening very loudly and clear, because they've taken the initial steps with much of the development that's happening in our area. And I know they're looking at this particular project and some of the deformities of it and our roads and infrastructure. And I know they're very much aware of what needs to happen. I'm thinking of Copper Basin. We had over 6,000 homes in that area. We only had one access point. That's ridiculous. And the developer should have built that. And he didn't. And we let that happen. So we had to come in using taxpayer dollars to do that, when the developer himself should have done the work. And those days have got to stop. I believe they've stopped for these new developments. We need to put more emphasis on them. We don't need these narrow roads, even inside the subdivisions. I'm not going to be liked by some of our builders when I talk of this nature. We did a traffic report on the amount of traffic that's going to be coming in through the Santan Valley area in the near future. And we've really got to do a better job to get a handle on this. A lot of this property right here is state land that surrounds it. It's going to be sold. It's going to be developed. It will be. That's what the property was there for and intended to be. And so we've got to find a way, and yes, we need to find a way to connect the neighborhoods. We become so, reclusive or just so polarized in opposite directions, and somehow we've got to become neighbors again. And so I know where I'm leaning to a degree on this, but I also understand that we've got to do some other things. And so anyway, this is just me talking out loud and rambling. I can see that look on your face. But I'm just telling you, I've been in this position now for 6 years, and I've seen the frustration. I live the frustration daily. My kids live in that area, and they come and daily, what the heck you doing, Dad? And so that's the part that and my neighbors, my friends. And so we really need to look at this and really objectively look at this and really come up with some solutions. And if we have some alternatives like the additional, another way into this, I think, and if it's decided that we shut down that, I definitely don't think that it should be shut down until we have those alternatives into the neighborhood. Safety is an issue here. And we've got to have these access points in order to accommodate the safety issues. That's where I'm at right now.
Any other comments from the board? Supervisor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris, you mentioned that Emma wasn't an option. And I'm looking at the map you have there in my Google here, and I don't see houses there. Are there houses built that would preclude us from selecting the end of west end of East Fossil Springs, then to Emma? Or what was the decision based on?
Chairman, Supervisor, yes, there are houses in the way of utilizing that roadway connection for an alternative access, so those homes would have to be purchased and removed to make that happen. So,
okay. And a shout out to the lady who produced the photographs. Nice job there. Makes it really clear. I've been up there, but the pictures are a good reminder. So I have nothing more. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right, okay, this is item number 3. So now we'll move to item number 4. Don't go away, Mr. Wanamaker. This is the discussion, approval, disapproval of the installation of an emergency access only gate on Peralta Canyon Way, located between Fossil Springs Drive and Sleepy Hollow Trail. Everybody knows that, I think. Okay, so Mr. Wanamaker.
All right, so yes, good morning again, Chairman, members of the board. So this item, we bring to you a proposal to put an emergency access only gate on Peralta Canyon Way. This item, hopefully, we'll get a decision either way, a yes or a no, a very clear direction, which we are prepared to go whichever direction this board decides. As a reminder, kind of the key issue brought up at the last meeting was the kind of the roadway capacity versus actual traffic volume. So this slide kind of just shows that, the Sleepy Hollow Trail connection, or the Sleepy Hollow Trail Road, is already over capacity according to the roadway capacity guidelines in today's current condition, and with future traffic, it'll be even more so. And then the Peralta Canyon Drive, the main roadway into the community, has plenty of additional capacity. So this was just a reminder for that. That was kind of the key issue. For the gate installation proposal, this aerial photo here kind of shows the location. It would be an emergency access only, which meets or exceeds the fire department's requirements, which they would be able to use, again, unimpeded, would not affect their response times. It can be made pedestrian accessible. The roadway would remain public because there are public utilities in the right-of-way. And then some sort of block wall or barrier would need to be installed to prevent people from driving around the gate. And working with a contractor right now, the estimated cost is about $80,000, and the schedule would be 12 to 14 weeks to complete construction once contract is approved, should the board decide to move forward with this. Here's some example photos of gates in the area. So it would look something like this, fit with the aesthetic of the community. Let's see here. And that's all I had. So.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick question. So if a gate were to be placed there, who pays for it and who maintains it?
That's a great question. So right now, Public Works Department, we are prepared to pay for that to do the installation, and we would have to maintain that. Okay. So there is, as was stated earlier, there is no HOA on the Mesa del Oro side, and we don't think, of course, we haven't had any conversations with the Peralta Canyon HOA, but it's not likely that they would support that, but we haven't had those conversations yet.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from the board?
Questions or comments? Let's let Mr. Miller go.
We'll let Mr. Miller go. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a kind of a quick question. I don't know how old these pictures are. So is there any security bond money that's been held back or is being held back on either one of these subdivisions? Does anybody know the question? Answer to that question.
I don't believe that there's any left.
So it's all been
Yeah.
refunded?
Because all the infrastructure has been built, so now they're just building out the remaining homes, I believe.
Okay.
Another quick question, just a quick question for me, and then I'll come to you, Supervisor Kavanaugh or Surdy, one or both. These streets in this HOA, they are private or they're public?
They're all public.
They're all public roads. County maintains the roads?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Surdy.
Yeah, at one time I did have a commitment from the builder to throw money at the gate, and we kind of dropped that. And also remember that several weeks ago we had a very in-depth discussion about this already. With a lot of the folks were not here. So we did already discuss a lot of these things, and I made the comment that had the gate been made correctly way back when I inherited this seat, I mean, there was a gate there, and it was kind of working, but it was so flimsy and so poorly constructed that it got pushed open and abused, and we're now to where we are. So, and you stated that Sleepy Hollow is at capacity now. Peralta is not. Did you say that?
Yes, that is correct, and that again is based on the planning level guidelines for local streets, and then an urban major collector for Peralta Canyon. So, looking at the amount of traffic that is desirable on these types of streets, again, Sleepy Hollow is already above what is the guideline for that type of street.
Okay. And just a comment, I mean, I can't drive into Peralta right now without going through a gate. The entire community is gated except for right here. So the folks in Peralta can get in because they have codes. I couldn't hear any of that.
Go on.
When I go to visit folks or residents out there, you have to go through a gate and there's a code.
Okay. Order, please. This is not a conversation.
So just wanted to throw that out there as well.
Thank you. Order, please, or you will be removed. Thank you. Mr. Wanamaker, are you done? Are there other comments from the board? Supervisor Kavanaugh, you have a comment? Question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We talked about the previous gate. I may have missed it. Who installed the previous gate?
Supervisor, the previous gate was installed by the developer, and it was shown on the approved improvement plans for that roadway. So that it was installed by the developer.
Okay. And around the county, do we have other gates installed on public streets like this? Is there a good example of this?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Well, a couple of things. First for Chris. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The road that we can put the gate on, does it have the sidewalks, curbs, and gutters, or it did not? If I remember right, it does not.
I don't believe it has sidewalks. It may have gutter. Not sure.
It wasn't fully developed, I guess, is what my question is.
At one time, but there's a block wall there. There's some block walls right now.
I don't. Yeah, I apologize. I don't recall the exact. It may have sidewalks. I believe the plans did show it as a local street, so it would, in that case, would
It
have.
should have had curbs and gutters.
Right.
And sidewalk.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, I don't think. I think I was told that in the last meeting. And then the Supervisor Surdy has piqued my interest when he says there's other roads out there with gates on it. Can you identify which ones those are?
Well,
kind of even with just a pointer?
It's the individual communities as you start into Peralta. It's completely gated. Then you get beyond there, and it's different. So,
Supervisor, so these photos are from this community. So there are small sections in the community that are private and gated. This particular section we're talking about is public, though. So what you see here are examples from the area.
This is a public road with a gate on it,
But it'd be emergency access only.
with emergency access only.
Yeah.
No, these.
Not these. Not
Not
these
these?
examples. No.
What are these?
These are
These are private roads.
This is just showing what the gate would look like.
Okay. I can visualize a gate. Is that road public or private?
These would be private.
These are private roads with gates on them.
Right. So these gates are access controls.
Back to an earlier question. Okay, I got that. Show me a road that's public that has a gate on it.
I'm not aware of an example.
And you're not
of that.
aware of that.
Right.
That's what I understood you to say. And this road will be a public road.
Okay, other comments from the board? Okay, at this time, I'm going to allow comment on this item. I've got about 16 or 18 here, so I will please let you know that if you stay to 3 minutes, we'll be here for an hour, so just as a reference. So first, we'll start with Mr. Portocarrero. I believe I have that.
I will need 3 minutes.
Excellent. Speed talking, just like at the end of the ad, you know.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Just a quick clarification. Peralta Canyon, been there by the Jamie Portocarrero, lived in Peralta Canyon for 3 years, love it. We have a wonderful place. Peralta Canyon, the development was 5 builders. There's no gates other than this sleepy gate, as I call it. The other community is Peralta Trails, different community, Del Webb development. What I'd like to share here, I do believe the right long-term solution is to go through Sleepy Hollow and not to close the gate. And if you choose to decide to put the gate up, even though the county's paying for it, I just want to make sure that it's clear who's going to be maintaining it. The board of directors for Peralta Canyon for the HOA, they're not here. As a matter of fact, all the building construction trailers have been pulled out. We're at 80% completion, and a lot of the homeowners are getting together to kind of start getting ready for the transition, which is going to happen in the next few months. At the current rate, the 80%, the few homes that are left to be built should be completed around May, even though they're saying September. But if you look at the current progression, they're going to get done by summer. So I just want to make sure that you realize that the current board is not representing the homeowners right now. We're here on our own, and I really believe, I hope the right solution is to keep the gate open. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wheeler, Gretchen Wheeler.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Gretchen Wheeler. I live on Sleepy Hollow Trail, and I have lived there for a number of years. Recently, Peralta Canyon Way, the connector, became an open and unrestricted public access from Sleepy Hollow Trail to the new Peralta Canyon neighborhood. Sleepy Hollow Trail has since ceased to be a quiet neighborhood street and now is a busy thoroughfare with increased traffic volume and uncontrolled speeds. Commercial trucks, private cars, recreational vehicles, both licensed and unlicensed, speed up and down Sleepy Hollow Trail and access Peralta Canyon Way. I wish to advocate against the use of Peralta Canyon Way as an unrestricted public road, and I give you the following reasons. Recently, Pinal County conducted a traffic study on Sleepy Hollow Trail. I profess that data from that study are not valid. The Peralta Canyon neighborhood was not completely inhabited, and the winter snowbird influx had yet to appear. Speed observations were inaccurate, as the speed data that was gathered undoubtedly included the speed of bicycles, also as well as motorized vehicles. Point 2, a safety hazard for vehicle accidents has become apparent as many vehicles and bicycles on Peralta Canyon Way do not heed stop signs or speed control signs when accessing onto Sleepy Hollow Trail. A safety hazard exists on Sleepy Hollow Trail, as Sleepy Hollow Trail was never designed as a street to carry the current volume of motor traffic. A safety hazard exists as Peralta Canyon homeowners have only one direct access and egress to Highway 60. We have discussed this under item 3. Homeowners on Sleepy Hollow Trail and surrounding areas are losing not only their quality of life, but also financial value of our homes. Our homes have lost financial value because of the increased traffic. The new residents of Peralta Canyon neighborhood deserve emergency access and egress from their homes. In summary, I encourage you to restrict the use of Peralta Canyon Way by installing security gates, which will allow the access of emergency responders for emergency use only. Also, and this goes back to item 3, a second access and egress should be installed for the Peralta Canyon neighborhood. Those people deserve a safety in and out also. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ms. Halpert, Linda Halpert.
Thank you, members of the board and fellow Pinal residents. I came here to talk about mostly the speed. I live on Sleepy Hollow, and I'm here to talk about the speed of all of, especially the ATV vehicles, the trucks and stuff that zoom up and down that road, mostly in the evenings and on weekends. It seems that we're having a lot of those, they come after hours, and a lot of them are ATVs. I think they're going up that road, that access road to the new park. And it's a lot of ATVs, and they are going at very high speeds, and they have a lot of noise. They like to rev their engines because if you don't know Sleepy Hollow, there's a long stretch, over a half-mile long, that's a straightaway, and they love to roar up and down there. Then they go around the corner, and you can come down Breathless, which is another over half-mile stretch that's straight, and go around again. And they use it for drag racing at night. They'll do this on the weekends, too. They just use it for drag racing. It's very loud, and it's very dangerous. And for those residents in Peralta, I am not against the residents that want who live up there, who want to drive up that street. I'm not against that. For just people that come and go to work or whatever, it's the ones that are speeding, racing, and causing a dangerous situation. We're in this situation because the laws that the builders should have followed were not enforced for some reason. Sleepy Hollow used to be a narrow street, much narrower than it used to be. The county came in and I've lived there over 20 years. The county came in over the years, little by little, and they've torn down the trees along the side, and each time they widen the road a little bit more. Yes, it's wider now, and they've paved it more. It used to be a gravel road that we would ride horses, people would ride horses on. We rode our bikes up and down there. Neighbors used to meet and walk up and down the street. We can't do that anymore because of the high-speed traffic and all of the trucks and all of the ATV vehicles zooming up and down. We can't do that anymore. That's what I'm against, is all of that high-speed truck and drag racing. If it were just a neighbor that lived in Peralta Trail that wanted to use that road, I wouldn't be against it. But if we've got a speed counter that's farther down, and it's on a curve where you have to slow down anyway. Try moving that high-speed counter up farther near where that gate is. You're going to get a big difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Next is I believe it's Mr. Walp.
Honorable Chair, board members and staff, good morning once again. And I'm here simply based upon the Adobe organization as the president speaking on their behalf. But it is our thoughts and my personal thoughts also that it is a very dangerous situation that is currently occurring there. I personally watched it for a while. There are many that don't stop for the stop sign. Stop sign doesn't seem to mean anything. I don't know how fast. I didn't have a radar gun or anything to find out how fast they were going, but there were speeds. But it is the position at Adobe that we would agree with putting in the gate and being used as emergency, as we originally were told way back when by then Supervisor House. That's what it was to be, with the caveat that at the same time, Peralta Canyon needs an exit route. And so I would say they'd be conjunctively together. But again, I say Chevelon is not the street to use. And that's my only position. You've got a difficult decision to make. I understand that. I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, I can't read this. It's Bill W. I'm going to go with it.
It's Bill Ward. Sorry about my
That one there you go. Okay, thank you.
You know, some of the early speakers said there's a lot of cynicism about government, and it's not caused at the federal level, really, though that's where it makes all the headlines. It's caused at this level. And the residents of Sleepy Hollow have been told for quite literally years that when that road was finalized, that it was going to have a gate on it. It's only been paid for like 8 or 9 months as it is. It's that sort of thing that pits neighborhoods against neighborhoods, and it's very unfortunate. But to talk about Sleepy Hollow Road in particular, as everybody here knows that drives on any of our highways in this state, especially in the valley, that speed limit signs are suggestions. Nobody pays much attention to them. Sleepy Hollow Trail has a speed limit of 25 miles an hour. It's way too wide for a 25-mile-an-hour road. It's a 40 or 45-mile-an-hour road, and people drive that way. So if the decision is to leave that access way open, then some mitigation factors should be put in place so that people aren't blowing up and down that road at 45 to 50 miles an hour. And previous gentleman said he doesn't have a speed gun. I happen to have one from coaching softball in the past, and I've seen people go up and down that road at 50. And that's just prior to the turn that the other lady mentioned about where that little speed indicator is. So there are lots of ways to mitigate that. The road's too wide. It could be narrowed up. It could have planters put in the middle of it. People behind me are not going to be happy about this. It could have speed humps put on it to keep it down. But as already has been demonstrated here, was testified to here, that road is already overused. It's beyond the capacity of what the neighborhood street should be used at. And so my vote, if it counts, is that the previous promises that were made to our community many months ago are followed through on, and that gate be put up so it's a limited access road. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ward, would you just please state, it's obvious, but your name and generally.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Where you live.
My name is Bill Ward, and I live on Sleepy Hollow Trail.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just for everyone else, when you do come up to the podium, if you would just state your name and generally where you live. Thank you. Ms. Kress, you're up.
Hi, whoops. Hi, I'm Nancy Kress from Peralta Canyon, which is not Peralta Trails, and so I would like to invite any of you to come to my house on Bennett Circle without going through a gate, because there are no gates between any place here and there. Will what I say be taken down so you guys can refer to them as notes later, or do I need to submit them? I've got some ideas, so, okay. The opening of Peralta Canyon Way united us more with the Gold Canyon communities and has us spending money at businesses along King Ranch Road, which we never did before, because we'd get on 60 and breeze on into town. We have lived 10 years in Gold Canyon. In the first 7 years we lived in Mountain Brook, we thought Peralta was a whole different town because that's the way everybody talks about it there. And an earlier speaker said that the developer should have been responsible for Chevelon, but I don't see how when Peralta Canyon Way was already in the plat. I don't understand that. However, I love to be able to bicycle and walk, and we are in a prayer group that's over on Sleepy Hollow, and we can go through that way easily instead of going out to the 60. So with that in mind, I'd like to point out that Sleepy Hollow has no sidewalks. Its width lends itself to a walking or biking trail on either side, which could add safety. As much as I detest them installing a photo speeding ticket machine, or a couple of them, where it would keep the regulars, the people who drive there all the time, under 25 and give some added income for all the other people who accidentally find themselves speeding through there. We could have traffic calming half-circle islands like they do in some of the neighborhoods in Scottsdale put in, which could stop the drag racing. And I'd just like to note that speed bumps make more noise for the people who live in Sleepy Hollow, so it would be better to do something other than rumble sticks or speed bumps. And I really like having it open because it makes us feel like all of Gold Canyon is still our home instead of driving into town to get to where all the business and life is. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Timothy Kress. I'm going to guess you came together.
Yeah, she's my mother. Hi there. So I also I'm Timothy Kress. I live in Peralta Canyon, actually in Bennett Circle, which is that circular neighborhood in the upper right-hand corner of the blue square there. My main entry and exit onto US 60 is going to be Peralta Road, even if you do put the gate in or not. However, I do ride my bike actually on Sleepy Hollow. It's a great stretch of road to be able to get a good workout going right there. One thing I guess I would caution is the only time I've ever had somebody really come blowing by me at crazy speeds, it was somebody who about a football field ahead of me pulled into a driveway. So putting a gate there doesn't necessarily mean the speeding problem is going to go away. The other thing, actually, a question I have is, have all these studies that have been done accounted for the Renaissance Festival? Basically, for the entire month of March and maybe about 2 weeks into February and April, the US 60 is basically gridlocked. And so the ability to be able to get over to the bashes without having to hop in there and be in an hour of traffic is, I don't know if you can really put it into words how good it is, but just something I feel should be bear some consideration moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Crone?
Good morning, board members, and we always appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. And my name is Mike Crone. I live on Sleepy Hollow Trail adjacent to this road in question, and I can attest to the speeds that we see. We'll be working in the yard or just looking out the window, and they're just, it's like the freeway. We have garbage trucks, school buses. One Saturday morning at 7 a.m., we had 9 ATVs. They meet somewhere and go en masse up that road so they can get out into the desert areas. So what's happened here is that a lot of opportunities were missed early on to provide the proper access, and everyone deserves proper access. But now our neighborhood has become a funnel. We're funneling all this traffic. And one development shouldn't be built that detracts from another development. I agree with some previous speakers. Our values are decreasing. The quality of life's decreasing. And this all seems to have been done in a headlong manner ahead of all this. It wasn't planned right. And we see this all over the valley. Let's let the developers go, and then we'll catch up later. I think you spoke to the same thing regarding Queen Creek. Now we're facing it here. You can see it happening everywhere. So it may be painful to come up with a solution, but it has to be done. Just this morning coming here, there were 3 different people walking their dogs on Sleepy Hollow, having to be very wary of 40 and 50 mile an hour traffic going down that road. And I remember at a previous meeting, I think, Jeff, you even you addressed the traffic speed indicators that were laid on that road. The highest recorded speed was 80 miles an hour. And I'm not surprised at that, because we see that every other day or so. 40 or 50 is quite average. But right now, Nobody's winning here. It may be painful, but something proper has to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crum. Nancy Trickett. Welcome back.
Hi, Nancy Trickett from Peralta Canyon. I just want to say, I obviously spoke the first time. I thought it was because it was kind of both. I've gone down Sleepy Hollow. I agree that we are connecting neighborhoods with neighborhoods. Why can't we all get along? I understand that you don't want the traffic there, but as you stated, you went down Sleepy Hollow today. It is very wide. There are no markings on that road. There's no sidewalks. There's no spots. I went down it the other day and somebody was walking down that road in the middle, though, I may add. It's not on the sides. So if there was some type of, get more, the police out there to cut down on the speeders, mark the road, make your spots where people can walk and ride their bikes. We all have to get along. We all have to. It's community. It's Gold Canyon, not Sleepy Hollow and not Peralta Canyon. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Corinne Bender. Ms. Bender, you're good? Okay. Okay. And Ms. Nagy, would you like to speak to this item? You were here earlier, but you don't look like Elizabeth Nagy. Based on what I saw earlier.
My name is Shandor Nagy. My wife is Elizabeth.
Okay.
I'm speaking instead of her. I would like to point out that there are 3 roads in a Peralta Canyon Homeowner Association area that I would call collector road, and I believe I'm correct. One of them is where that little canyon, Peralta Canyon Road is connecting to is Fossil Springs. That road has homes only on one side of it. The other one is Peralta Heights, and Peralta Heights also has connection to Fossil Spring. And then there is Emma Road. So basically, it's like almost like a horseshoe. And the horseshoe connected basically with this road to Sleepy Hollow. Now, Peralta Canyon Road is a 4-lane highway, basically. Peralta Trail has a different homeowner association on both sides of Peralta Road, has access to that road, okay? And we have 2 accesses to Peralta Road. So if you put a gate up, everybody going to use Peralta Road. My main concern is that if you decide to open up Chevelon Trail, there is a park being built, County Park, and people gonna find out that they can go through Chevelon. They're gonna come in with trailers and traffic and everything. And you're talking about overloading a road that's gonna be overloaded. And also, I would like to say that I'm hearing about ATVs and so forth going through there. Those ATVs coming to the gated area, not from Peralta Canyon. It's coming from the Sleepy Hollow and further north, the baying areas. So I don't know what to do about it. Once I rode Sleepy Hollow, and I saw that somebody came through it, coming back after the rain, and living in that area over there, pulled into one of the driveways. So, you know, it goes both ways. And the traffic, I didn't drive it in the mornings, but during the day, there is absolutely no traffic on Sleepy Hollow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Coward.
Good morning still. Chairman, Board, I'm Dave Coward. I'm representing Gold Canyon Community, Inc. And from November 12th through the 15th, we conducted a survey of our membership and about the subject of this emergency access road. The survey results are close to what the county attorney mentioned when this issue was first brought up to your attention, that roughly whatever decision reached today you're going to make enemies on either side. Basically, we had 46% said leave it open. 20% said reintroduce the original emergency gate. 12% said permanently close the road. And 22% said they need another exit entry point. So that was the survey results. So this data indicates that the vast majority of residents feel a need for an alternative exit entry point from Peralta Canyon development than using the Peralta Canyon Road. There is also a recognition of a need for emergency exit for public safety issues within this survey data. We have included copies of emails we received with additional comments and the backup data for the survey, which I'll give to the clerk. So the position of Gold Canyon Community, Inc. is 1, Peralta Canyon Way be returned to its original concept of an emergency-only access with allowance for pedestrian and bike passage. So we want our communities to be somewhat connected. If, however, this board decides to permanently open Peralta Canyon Way to daily traffic, then for the safety of residents of Sleepy Hollow Trail, we would appreciate some mitigation through traffic safety, through traffic calming issues. That's a term I'm not familiar with, but whatever that entails, we could use some curbing sidewalks. We could use some markings, road markings on Peralta Trail, so walkers need to know that they're not supposed to walk in the middle of the road, and further safety issues. And there was a comment made earlier about there are no HOAs on Sleepy Hollow. Well, my HOA Sleepy Hollow runs right through my HOA, Hermosa Hills. And we have had repeated complaints of people who were backing out onto Sleepy Hollow and had near misses. There are driveways that back out into Sleepy Hollow, so just like on Chevron. So for the safety reasons, if you open it up, please consider putting in some mitigations for the Sleepy Hollow people. Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Revelis. Might I add, happy early birthday to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Roberto Revelis, resident, 30-year resident, might I add, of Sleepy Hollow Trail. So I've seen a lot of changes, and I've seen a lot of community building, despite some of the seemingly divisive remarks that have been expressed this morning. We are building a unified community. Indeed, I organized the first major meeting related to this issue 3 years ago at the Gold Canyon United Methodist Church, where we gathered a lot more folks that are here. We had 450 people attending that meeting, and that meeting was devoted to finding a safe way for our neighbors from Pinal Canyon, Peralta Canyon rather, to have a way to escape in case of an emergency. It was basically the Sleepy Hollow Trail residents, of which I am one, that expressed that concern for the safety of our neighbors. We also expressed concern for the need to build connectivity among our different neighbors and neighborhoods. And so we came up with, at that meeting 3 years ago, what appeared to be a sensible compromise, a compromise that meant that all interest groups would give a little bit in support of each other's neighbors. And at that meeting, the compromise that was reflected by the then Board of Supervisors member was that we would want to have an emergency exit for our neighbors. It is the right thing to do. And the fire marshal who was present at that meeting expressed that, yes, that was a workable solution. And I think our contemporary supervisor from that district, has also expressed those same sentiments of support among communities, building connectivity among us through a compromise. Do not close the road permanently. Do not open it permanently. In essence, that was the consensus then, and I suggest that it would be the right, positive way to resolve this matter and continue to help us build neighborliness among each other. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Stevenson, did you want to come in?
Chairman, for the record, Mr. Coward stated that he would be presenting a presentation. I just wanted to confirm if I would be receiving that presentation so that I can make that notation in the records properly. Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning again, Chairman, Supervisors. Jerry Stevenson from Mountain Brook. I agree with a lot of speakers and disagree with a few, but the main point of this is I think we should put in that gate. Initially, there was no access for walking or cycling. That's a real positive change. And I think it fits in with the connectivity. We've got a younger generation. They want to bike. They want to walk. So I suggest you go in with a gate and then put striping with clear markings for walking and for cycling and clear rules of demarcation so there's no confusion because it is an open space. So I think with those two changes, you've solved a lot of problems, especially with ATVs and speeding. It's not going to be the racetrack of Gold Canyon anymore. And it's also going to protect both neighborhoods from people transiting. And I think the issue of the Renaissance Fair, you know, that's a big nut. If you can solve that, let me know, because as residents of Gold Canyon, we've been seeking for that gold for a long time. So if I've been making myself clear, I think that we don't want it to bleed over. We don't want a lot of people coming into Mountain Brook. We don't want to overtax Kings Ranch Road and put in lights and things like that. Let's not create another problem. You've got the solution. Please go ahead with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fries, you're back up. Marianne Fries, if you care to come back. You don't have to.
Hi again. My concern is Peralta Road being the only outlet with the school there. We've heard so many things about dangers at the schools. I don't want to see anything happen over there. How about if Peralta Canyon Way were just developed for local traffic only? A sign. Also, I'm concerned about the campgrounds that are going in, where they're going to get in and out. I don't believe Peralta Road would be able and can handle all that traffic. Just completely. I'd like to see another roadway. I would like to see another roadway. Don't know if it's possible. That would solve everybody's problem. I don't know if that's possible, but I know one way or the other, you're probably going to have to buy state trust land, to make that happen. And I don't imagine that's cheap, where Peralta Canyon Way was a cheap, easy way out. So I don't know what, I'm leaving it up to you. I trust that you guys will make the right decision. You always do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Flood.
Yeah, good morning once again. I just want to draw the attention of the board to the way in which Peralta Canyon Road, Acker the Fire Road, is now being used. It is now providing a major route to not only the trails that are off Peralta, but I'm very concerned about when the regional park opens, how much worse it's going to be. We're getting a lot of very noisy side-by-sides, ATVs, dirt bikes with two-stroke engines. The noise is terrible. In fact, we can hear the noise when we're in our house with the windows closed. It's really awful. And the real action hasn't even started yet. This is obviously going to get much, much worse come February. Now, you see, there's already direct access to these recreation areas directly from the 60, via the double-lane Peralta Trail. They don't need to be coming through a residential neighborhood such as, Sleepy Hollow. And we're getting a variety of traffic down there, from cement mixers, car transporters, semi-trucks. I mean, I can go on and on. What surprised me yesterday, we had 3 or 4 horses coming down. And they turned around, and I think it had more sense and went back again. But we're getting a real mix. Another recent thing is that, again, at weekends it's always worse. We've now got skateboarders coming down because the road slopes. And I saw a pickup truck coming up, and the pickup truck saw them, stopped. But, the skateboarders went down either side, and they've been back several times, and again, yelling and screaming. This is not Sleepy Hollow anymore. It's Nightmare on Sleepy Hollow, really. I have a suggestion that, I don't know whether this is possible, but could the county abandon that Peralta Canyon Way and let the fire department take it over, and then the fire department will be at liberty to put back in an emergency gate? Is that possible?
Not really an answering kind of thing.
There's no answer?
No.
Will the board consider that?
Answer.
I'm sorry?
We can't answer your concerns at this time.
Oh, it's a matter of protocol, is it?
Yes.
Okay, all right. But point noted anyway, I hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there others that wish to address the board on this item? I'll guess by standing you're saying yes.
Okay, now visualize our narrow street again.
Please state your name and the whole.
Elizabeth Nagy. So visualize our small, narrow road. Going through ATVs now, trucks, cement trucks, horse buggies, and all the traffic what they are complaining about their wide street. I am driving on Sleepy Hollow because my girlfriend lives there. Yet to see these horrible ATVs roaming around and all these huge traffic or speeding cars. Yes, I did speeding cars. Actually, the speeding car came from behind me, from the Sleepy Hollow residents, because I wanted to be sure that I'm going with that 25 miles per hour. So if you close that road down and just letting bicycles go through, then all the traffic from all over from, what is the name, Falls Springs and all the surrounding areas, they're all going to come through on our street because we're going to be the closest from Sleepy Hollow, people who are living around Sleepy Hollow. And then the new constructions weren't even moved in yet, so all these people are just going to merge into our street, our narrow street, and then meanwhile Sleepy Hollow is going to be fine because they used to have a quiet life. Let me tell you that when we came here in 2020, we had a very quiet life too. Nobody was telling us that it's going to be like a commotion, what we have right now. But as I said, just look at our street and think about how dangerous that is going to be. Because our street is not going to be widened. We have our sidewalk is so narrow that I can't even walk next to my husband. It's so narrow because one of us are on the sidewalk, one of us are on the road walking. And then people riding their bicycles. And yes, we have construction trucks coming in sometimes on our street because they are putting in swimming pools. But as I said, just visualize this. Small, narrow road against a wide road. That's all. That's all it takes, a small, narrow road. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there others that wish to speak on this item? Sir.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board and staff.
My name is Richard Hall, and I live on Sleepy Hollow, and I've lived there for over 30 years. And I think, first thing, it's imperative that we've kind of like already made this decision in the last meeting, and I think it's important that the board stick to what they've already decided. It doesn't seem right that we should rehash the same issues over and over again. The other point that I wanted to bring up was, with the increase of traffic that we see on Sleepy Hollow and the speeds that have been commented on, it just doesn't affect the residents on Sleepy Hollow. Everybody that lives in the greater Gold Canyon community that use Kings Ranch are infected also by that increase in traffic. That intersection on Kings Ranch Road and 60, they've already lengthened that turn lane, and they'll probably have to do it again with more traffic comes in. You need to balance that traffic and get them down to Peralta Road where it was originally designed for. I think in all fairness, there is a need for emergency access into Peralta Canyon development, and that can be satisfied with a gate on that road, Peralta Canyon Way. That eliminates a lot of problems, and it solves some of your issues. And so I would like you to consider those points. Thank you. Thank you. Any others that wish to address the board? Sir.
My name is Mike Woodruff, and I live on Sleepy Hollow. And I invested in that community because of the light traffic and the quiet, wide road that we have there. And I've just learned now that I'm the cheap, easy way out for this, and I don't appreciate that. We would like to have the gates installed as we were promised, and keep our community as it has been for us since we've moved there. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there others that wish to address the board on this item? Sir.
My name is Steve Weiss. I live on Sleepy Hollow also. I think one thing that's overlooked in the whole Sleepy Hollow traffic area is the serpentine area of the road right by the culverts. As we get into the snowbird seasons, there's going to be increased traffic of people walking, riding, but even the car traffic that serpentines through that area of the culverts. A lot of traffic crosses over into the walking areas, and a lot of the bikes and the walkers are surprised because there's a lot of bushes and stuff in that serpentine area, and that is going to probably, in my view, be the biggest area going forward, where there's going to be instances of people getting hurt, accidents, what have you, and then in addition to that, people that are turning the right-hand turn from the canyon area onto Sleepy Hollow, as was noted before by other individuals. There's people that roll through that intersection. They don't stop. One point on that is the stop sign is set back quite far from the intersection. I think they've removed some of the bushes in the right-hand turn there, which will help. But again, it's just an instance of how people just roll through that stop sign, just carry on. I've almost had 2 accidents in that area in the last month or so. So that's my view. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Any others that wish to address the board on this item? Going once, going twice. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask one technical question?
Mr. Liu.
Just for the sake of everybody's education, for our county engineer, do you know if bikes that are going over the speed detector or that we place out there, are they reading those bikes? Are they registering in part of the formula?
So to answer that question, they would read the bikes, and I believe they can actually differentiate between the different types of vehicles, whether it's trucks, passenger vehicles, or other bicycles, and that can be captured with the traffic detection.
Okay, are there any questions or comments from the board?
Comments.
A comment. Okay, we'll go both ways. Comment first, Supervisor Surtee.
So yeah, I have a lot. First off, I received lots of emails, and I tried to answer all of them in the last couple of days. I didn't get a chance, and they were about 50-50, just like we're hearing here tonight. So I apologize if I did not get back to you on any of those. It's sometimes not fair. None of us live in your neighborhoods, and yet we will decide your lifestyle. So we apologize for that, and we ask for your consideration on it as well. The study was semi-skewed because it was summertime. I know the people were taking the cables and throwing them out of the way so to not make the count. And someone mentioned the Renaissance as a relief, but the Renaissance is not going to be good because of cell phones. People now Google what's an alternative way to get to the Renaissance, and it's going to be channeling people through there, massive numbers through there. And they will then spill into Kings Ranch Road. Will there need to be a traffic control where Sleepy Hollow hits Kings Ranch? Then they'll then have to merge again up at the red light. If you're at the red light right now, I guarantee you there's 5 to 10 vehicles being stopped. Imagine the Renaissance traffic going through there. It's going to be backups just like it is on 60. So that was another strange way to look at it. And here again, I don't want to be flippant, but I imagine all the people that came to this meeting that live on Sleepy Hollow, you came down Sleepy Hollow and merged onto Kings Ranch. I would imagine all the people that live in Peralta, you came out Peralta and turned left because you do have an alternate route, but you were coming to the east to come to Florence. So just an example that you do have an alternative way out. Sleepy Hollow does not go through your community, but vice versa. I'm not criticizing one way or the other, just making a comment.
Okay, questions? Supervisor Kavanaugh, you have a question?
For the county attorney.
For the county attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Volkmer. So if the county were to put a gate up on this for emergency access only and we were to maintain it, something happens to it, it gets damaged, somebody bumps into it, then we'd have to repair it. Or if it simply stops working, an emergency vehicle can't get through, someone dies or is severely injured because of a delay, would we incur any civil liability?
Chair, members of the board, Ken Volkmer, Pinal County Attorney. Supervisor Kavanaugh, if we install the gate, we become responsible for it. We're responsible for the day-to-day maintenance. If it is sabotaged, it's our responsibility to fix it. If it malfunctions, that's going to be on us. And ultimately, if somebody were injured and first responders were not able to get there going that way and there was a delay, I think it is highly likely that the aggrieved party would sue the county and potentially we would have a proportionate liability because if we put a gate up, it's going to be our responsibility as the county.
And in terms of the alternate route, which would be Emma and Fossil, I can't picture the houses there. I don't think I drove to that western end. But if we were to pursue that and there's a house there, the county could buy the house. Could we take it through eminent domain if that came to that? So I know it's a pretty broad.
So, I mean, eminent domain is something we could explore, but you have to have a really compelling state's interest. I've not analyzed it from that perspective, so I can't tell you if we would meet that burden. We would always have, in theory, the ability to purchase those homes. Typically, people want a premium when you do purchase those. The other thing that I would caution is we would also have to enter into some sort of negotiations and agreement with state trust land, because just because we have access there, we still would have to obtain the right-of-way to get down to 60. So it's not as simple as just we own that land, we can get there. There's still essentially that entire triangle we'd have to go through. And as Mr. Wanamaker said, we would have to probably be getting into serious negotiations with state trust land to make sure whatever roadway we brought in through there didn't diminish the value of that land in the future. So that would potentially be an option. But again, I don't know who owns there. But it would be possible for us to potentially try and purchase those. it would take a lot of work, but that is a possible option.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Matt Thomas.
Okay. Matt Thomas, there you are, sir. Was this the no shave November thing? Is this?
Yes, sir. Matt Thomas, Chief Deputy, Pinal County Sheriff's Office. Yes, Supervisor.
Thanks, Chief. I've heard a lot of people complain about speed on these streets, and obviously that can be taken care of with additional enforcement. But the Renaissance traffic that's heading perhaps west into Phoenix, could that be addressed by the Sheriff's Office as well? Maybe put up a couple of barricades that say local traffic only?
That would actually be a combination of us and Public Works, because Public Works controls the road signage. We only enforce.
Okay, but between the two of you, maybe you could get that done to limit. I see Chris shaking his head yes. So between the two of you, if this remains open, is that a solution between the two of you maybe you could work out?
Absolutely. If Public Works has the signage and puts it in place at your direction, we're happy to enforce what we can.
Okay. Any other questions on that side? No. To my left, in this corner, I've got Supervisor Miller or Goodman. Which one would you like to go first?
Supervisor Miller said because I'm the youngest, he yields to me. So.
Okay. Okay.
But thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification, there's two of us that are on this board that have been on this board for a few years now. There's been some comments that were made of some promises that were made in regards to gating this road, which is, according to what has been stated, this was part of the plat process. This was voted on by the board at this time to make this road accessible and tie into Sleepy Hollow. And so what I need some clarification on is that that particular item, this right here, putting the gate up, was it part of a board decision to put that gate up?
Chairman, Supervisor, no. The board approved the plats which showed access. The issue of a gate or no gate was not voted on by the board.
Okay. So part of our problem is one particular board member at that time made a commitment without the other five in a road that was already voted by this board to put in at some point previous to that even. And yet that's where some of the issues here, I had a gentleman talk about where the disconnect in government is the reality is that things are being done that shouldn't have been done, in my opinion. Now, that's my opinion, and I'd like some legal advice on that, or even speak to that legally. Is that something that could be done without the board approval?
Oh, very good. Mr. Keller.
Sure. Kicking it down to me now, huh?
Yeah, I mean...
All of a sudden, he wants me to comment on stuff. He's really happy to jump up there, though. Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Goodman, you are correct. This board previously never took a formal board action to go ahead and install any type of gate. And how that came about, frankly, I'm not exactly sure. I believe it was done with the going to the developer, I believe, is the one who initially put that one in. So it wouldn't have necessarily been a board action. The board action that was taken goes back to the platting process and what was approved at that point. But a formal action by this board, gate or no gate, was never taken, and that's why you are actually seeing it come before you now.
Okay, and now we know now why it's Supervisor Surtees' biggest, I don't know if it's the biggest issue that you're having to face, but it is. It's a big one for you, and even to this board, because there's a lot of misunderstanding out there in the public that this was done under the proper channels. And I guess that's what I'm trying to get at is now that everybody's verified that this really wasn't done through the proper channels to begin with. Okay, I see he's trying to weigh in.
Tag team.
Ken Volker, Pinal County Attorney, Chair, Supervisor Goodman. I want to make sure that we're not disparaging what happened. It's not improper the way it went down. It just wasn't the ideal way. Nor ordinarily something of such great magnitude that impacts this level of people. Oftentimes we would like to solicit this kind of input here. Now, they did have that meeting at the church, and this was sort of a compromise solution. It was something that was done. It wasn't done illegally. It wasn't done with malice aforethought or anything crazy like that. It just wasn't done in the best manner, the way that we would like to have things done. But that's traditionally how Pinal County has done stuff. It was sort of, there was a handshake deal. And again, above board, just really trying to address the needs of the community. And that's what happened in this case. The problem is it didn't involve a lot of people, and I don't know that it necessarily took into consideration all of the additional Peralta development and those type of things. So I don't want to give this board or give the public the impression that something was done illegal or untoward. That's not really accurate. It just wasn't done in the best manner. And that is an important distinction to make, I believe.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, I appreciate that because I honestly don't think that it was done with the intent, with any kind of illegal intention. It was, okay, the immediate need was there. And again, we've got the immediate need and I don't believe that the anticipation. And, I drove that, like I said, I drove that this morning. I entered from Kings Ranch. I exited out on Peralta because I knew I had to come to this meeting. So I did go through the neighborhood there. To get, and it was shorter.
Speed limit.
Yeah, kept the speed limit. There was two.
Don't believe that.
No, I was very conscious of the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. I feel for, we do have a lot of inadequate roads for the growth that we're having right now. That's just the reality of it all. And so that's where looking forward is that we actually push back on these developers. We make sure that they're putting in the right size of roads to meet the capacity, not only their capacity, but future capacity we need to look at and realize, especially where the state land is, we've got to look at that and realize that potentially they're going to be, those properties are going to be sold, whether it's now or 100 years from now. Those properties will be sold and more than likely developed, and we need to find a way to help move the traffic around effectively so that we don't have this same problem all over again. So with that being said, I'm just looking at this, and those are some things that I wanted just to make sure I had clarification on. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this has been very interesting all day. What I've heard, the biggest concern seems to be the speed and traffic on Sleepy Hollow. I think every person has at least addressed that in one form or another. And as I appreciate the picture because it is shocking to me that there is no markings on that road. There's no bike lanes. And I think there's a way to deter traffic on that road. And I think markings like bike lanes, I don't know if sidewalks would, but particularly the bike lanes and speed humps, not bumps, humps. I've seen them used in multiple communities throughout the state of Arizona that deter the speed of vehicles traveling. They're typically approved and okay for emergency vehicles too, because it doesn't impede their access and their trying to get to a scene. And certainly, if we can increase maybe some patrol out there and write a few tickets, that tends to people's wallets tend to really take a little bit of weight off the accelerator.
And I have a real hard time under the concept of putting a gate on a public road. It's not done. I haven't seen it done. The liability that goes with that doesn't sound good to me. And I think we have to address the issue of the speed on Sleepy Hollow. For future development and for these developments, everything changes. If you live long enough and you're looking at a piece of vacant land, there will be a rooftop on it someday. If you live anywhere, I don't care if it's a farm, I don't care if it's desert, I don't care what it is, if we're going to continue to grow the state of Arizona at the population that it continues to go at, it's going to get developed. And so just understand that. Don't have the expectation that nothing's going to happen now that you've moved into your home, because this thing doesn't seem to be stopping. For whatever reason, too, the tendency of the citizens of Pinal County of late has been put the brakes on, pump the brakes a little bit, slow everything down. I don't know that we can do that. I don't know how we're going to do that. I was having that discussion with Supervisor Goodman earlier today. However, back to this topic of Sleepy Hollow and the connection between the two communities, I think that we should address the issue through addressing the speed and deter people from using Sleepy Hollow Road through some type of traffic calming scenarios. And I know, Chris, there's ways to do that. Even if I would much rather put some kind of a curve in it, or some type of another mitigation type deal to get away from the straightaway. I mean, I understand that. I totally understand that, because I used to be one of those people, the need for speed. But anyway, and I think maybe on both roads, I understand when they make a curve, there's another straightaway there. All that area is going to slow that down and encourage more of the bike traffic, maybe through some bike lanes and that type of thing. We can't, and I don't know how we're going to tell an engineer. He brings us a traffic study. He says, this is the volume, this is the size of road to make. He's a sealed, stamped engineer, tells us what this subdivision or this, wherever, needs to be. I guess Hunt Highway was probably wide enough at one point for everybody. It's not now. And it's all changing. And you don't know the variables. You don't know how many subdivisions are going to be built. You don't know how many houses to the acre are going to be built. There's so many variables there. We have to just take our best guess. When I say us, meaning engineers and developers and what have you, and staff. We set a criteria, and we think we're right, but guess what? 20 years later, we weren't right. And that's kind of where we're at with all of this development, particularly in the north end of this county. So those are my thoughts. That's my kind of how I see it, and I think there might be some kind of solution there, but that's what I heard in all of this testimony.
And I would agree with you on some of that, but I would tell you that speed humps and tables slow fire trucks down 15 seconds for every speed table. Just as a, because I have them in my neighborhood, and I hate them.
Well,
so.
And there's going to be a sacrifice somehow. I mean, I don't know how many fire trucks go up and down that road every day.
No, I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm just saying
that's what I'm saying. There's a cause and effect for everything that we do. And, if the speed on that road is the problem, then we got to figure out a way to slow it down. And also, I think those types of mitigations would slow down the Renaissance people as well. So, just my thoughts.
Mr. Wanamaker, do you have something to say?
Sure, Chairman, Supervisor, thank you. Yes, if you recall from the meeting 2 weeks ago, one of the options that we did propose was traffic calming, and that's certainly a direction that we're willing to go. We've priced out some speed humps, as we call it, or speed cushions, different types of options. This is something we would probably still need to engage with the community on where exactly these devices would be placed. We don't want to block driveways. We don't want to create other issues, things like that. But that is another option that we've looked into quite a bit.
Can I ask one more question of Chris? Chris, and that intersection, particularly on this, why could that not be a four-way stop? Or a three-way stop, I guess.
You're referring to Sleepy Hollow and Peralta Canyon Way?
Yeah.
Well, that's something we could look at. In order to make a three-way or four-way stop control, typically you have to meet minimum volumes for national standards, because if you don't meet that, people will run the stop sign. If you don't have enough justification.
But aren't we being told that we have a lot of volume? Has it reached level D traffic levels?
We haven't specifically done a stop control analysis on that intersection, but that's something we definitely can do.
Definitely could do.
Yeah.
And that's, again, that's back to trying to project the types of volumes. I'm sure when we approved that subdivision, the design we probably thought was completely adequate, and now it's not. So.
Yeah, so if the board votes to keep the road open, we can definitely look into, can we change the configuration of that intersection, make it a three-way stop? That will provide some additional relief, so that's something we can look at.
We could look at keeping it open at the moment, looking at traffic studies, and if that doesn't work, then you could close it with a gate.
I'm going to make a prediction.
Oh, I'm just looking at the crystal
I'm
ball.
Saying,
I'm giving Public Works a crystal
honestly,
ball.
10 years from now, there's going to be a board of supervisors here who's probably having to make a decision on those subdivisions for something else or something close to it in the traffic. Because there'll be, as Supervisor Goodman pointed out, there will be state trust land that will get sold, will get developed, and there'll be larger volumes of traffic in the area. And there may be, you might see a stoplight at that intersection someday. I mean, seriously. It's constantly evolving. It's constantly changing. And I did want to address one other thing, if I may, Mr. Chairman. I've been in the home building business. I've been in and around the real estate market my entire life. I've yet to see traffic or anything ever drive down the sales prices of houses. They might not increase, but the only thing that I've ever seen where prices have gone down on houses is when people walk away from them and they destroy them and they decrease in value because they've been ransacked. If they're maintained, they're taken care of, they may not increase the values you want to see, but rarely, I've never even seen one ever go down in value. So that's just an editorial thought. Thank you.
Any other comments? Supervisor Sturdy.
I wanted to remind everybody that Chris has stated that Sleepy Hollow is already at capacity.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments from the board? Okay, I'd ask for a motion then.
We actually have two that we've got to, or just the one?
Just the one. Item 4.
Okay, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion that we disapprove the installation of an emergency access only gate at Peralta Canyon Way, located between Fossil Springs Drive, Sleepy Hollow Trail, within the Mesa del Oro and Peralta Canyon neighborhoods in Gold Canyon.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
I coughed in the middle of that. Could you repeat the first part of that? I'm sorry.
The first part?
Yes.
I make a motion that we disapprove the installation of an emergency access only gate on Peralta Canyon Way.
You said disapprove.
Disapprove.
Chairman?
You have a motion? Yes, sir.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Yes.
To that motion?
Yes.
And I'd like to include that Public Works, Pinal County, study Sleepy Hollow and come back with some traffic calming suggestions, cost and performance is where they think would be best for that that road, Sleepy Hollow.
Okay, we have a motion and a friendly amendment. Is there a second?
Can I second?
I believe you could. Yes, you can second.
I can second it. I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. So I'll call for a vote. Those in favor?
Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Supervisor Goodman, do you accept that friendly?
Not that I'm aware of, but I will.
Okay.
Because I think that's important that we do that and that we actually take steps to slow and calm the traffic. So,
okay, so we have a motion with a friendly amendment, and we have a second, and it's even an approved friendly amendment.
yes.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Motion passes 3-2. All right. We have now item 5, presentation of certificates of service to employees for 25 and 35 years. Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. And I'm not sure if those were able to stay. I think, in the future, next time, maybe we'll at least do the recognition first because their supervisors, employees are here. But we do have 2 today. First is Pamela Burke from Juvenile Court Services, who's served with us for 25 years. She started as a court-appointed special advocate, and she's currently a coordinator for that program. Was Pam able to stay, Pamela? Or Denise? Oh, hi. Hi, Donna.
Good morning, Chairman and Board. I'm stepping in for our director, Denise Smith, who had to leave for another meeting. Pam is a 25-year member of Pinal County. She started out as a CASA coordinator, which is a court-appointed special advocate, and 25 years later, she is still a court-appointed special advocate coordinator. When anyone in this county talks about abused and neglected children and the things that we do, Pam Burke's name comes up. She is known as a historian, not only for our county, but for juvenile court. And from around the state, we have many people that rely on her to give good information. Pam is quiet but spunky, and you can ask any of the judges that she has stood before on behalf of abused and neglected children. So we are very proud of her. We wish that she would stay around another 25 years. She might. She didn't win the lottery last week. So, this county really encourages our employees' personal and professional growth. And when you look at an ideal employee, this is Pam Burke. And 25 years later, she has remarkably changed the lives of thousands of young people in this county. It was her dream to start Adoption Day, and she did. That was 11 years ago. And that was 11 years of hard work. And only 11 days total, she has helped bring over 450 children into forever homes. And that is the kind of employee that you want, because she has integrity, is strong, her passion is incredible, and I think we're all lucky to have her. Thank you.
Thank you. Congrats. Is there a certificate? You can just stand there, We'll bring you back for a picture in a few minutes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, this is Mr. Miller, Supervisor Miller.
Yeah, and I might add, she's a great neighbor. She lives just down the street from me.
Very good.
Doesn't speed down your street, does she?
Not like I do.
And we have one more, Joanne Galindo, Public Health, was hired 25 years ago as a program coordinator and is currently a public health program manager. I hope Joanne was able to stay. Yep. And Dr. Spears is with us.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chair, board members, Tasha Spears, Public Health. We don't have days, months, and years to talk about Joanne because her contributions have been so many. And so on behalf of Public Health, we do want to congratulate Joanne on her 25 years of service. Those of us who know Joanne really recognize so many of her contributions, but we would be remiss to not mention how many years she has worked on health promotion and disease prevention, illness prevention related to smoking. It really is her legacy in terms of the prevention efforts related to that particular health topic. Joanne never hesitates to give a hand to anyone, and those of us who know her recognize on a daily basis her courtesy and respect, and really her sense of professionalism over 25 years. Last year, she served to be on a panel to explain to public health workforce really the joys and the challenges and the dedication to service in public health. And her mentorship for those in public health has been extensive, but also her mentorship in the community through all of the work that she has done with Latino Familia initiatives, as well as the homeless and service to our greater Pinal County community. One of Joanne's passions is her family, and she does have a special place in her heart for her grandson, Asher Ray. He was born December 15th last year, and our public health family has gotten to see pictures every minute of every day, which is really a joy for us as well. So we celebrate with you. We thank you so much. And I'm sure Nana Galindo will get a big hug when she gets home, too. So thank you.
Actually, I have written a couple of words to the board as well. So first off, good morning, Chairman. I'm sorry, good afternoon. It was morning when I wrote this. So good afternoon, Chairman and board members. I appreciate this acknowledgement of my years of service and wanted to thank you for 25 years of commitment to your employees and your support. When a person takes employment, they are searching for a place with a good quality of life and a chance to use their skills to make a difference. I've been blessed with both. My only child completed her education here in Pinal County and has 3 college degrees. The first one, an associate's at Central Arizona College, and is a licensed professional here in Arizona. I live in a safe community, enjoy the amenities, and I volunteer my service. My work life has also been extraordinary. In 25 years, I have watched teen birth rates here in Pinal County significantly decline. Pinal County Public Health has been recognized for its immunization rate, the development of the Disaster Preparedness Department, which really got us through the pandemic because we were right on point and ready to go because of the training that was given to us by that department. And a new generation of young people will never have to worry about the residual effects of secondhand smoke in public and private places. My work life at Pinal County Public Health Department has been rewarding, and young citizens in Pinal County are safer and healthier because of my colleagues, because of the leadership, and because of the support of this Board of Supervisors and all past Board of Supervisors. I want to thank you for this opportunity for me to have made a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Now pictures? Oh, okay. Picture time. Go. At this point, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Lou, you have a manager's report?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As many of you heard probably already and read that the county was fortunate enough to land a major Fortune 500 company that made an announcement on Friday. And if I could, I just wanted to elaborate on that some and celebrate because it's a pretty big deal for us.
Okay.
First, thank you, Board, as you've identified the needs of this county and have given us priorities and vision and leadership and direction to make this happen, to help us to be able to win these types of projects. He's not here, but thank you to Jakob Anderson of St. Holdings, who is the owner and the land developer, who has landed many other great projects like Walmart and Tractor Supply and Lucid and Nicola, for which this project is going to be just north of the Nicola site. And then thank you to the City of Coolidge, Mayor Thompson and Rick Miller, who are able to win these projects and execute for these projects and build that reputation of successfully and quickly getting these projects up and running. And then thank you to James Smith, our Economic Development Director, and Joel Millman, our Workforce Development Manager, who helped to coordinate and make sure that these companies' needs are met. Thank you, too, to Mr. Keller next to me and Mr. Kevin Costello for giving us the advice and structuring the agreements that make all of this possible. And then, very importantly on this project, thank you to Andy Smith, our Public Works Director, and Chris Wanamaker and Joe Ortiz over there, because they're the ones who are going to be leading on the roadway projects that need to be completed in order for this company to come. And if it wasn't for them and us and playing that role, then they wouldn't have been able to land here. So just to give some further information about the project, Procter & Gamble, when we say this Fortune 500 company, just to give people a little more understanding of what we're talking about, two other companies have made announcements in the Valley recently of expansion or building factories, and we got Intel, of course, in Chandler, who's expanding. As of this morning, their market cap was about $124 billion. And then we have TSMC, who's the largest chip manufacturer in the world. This morning, their market cap is $410 billion. So Procter & Gamble's market cap is $337 billion this morning. So we're talking about a company with a market cap, almost 3 times as much as Intel. So a very large company. You'll get to know a little bit more about them here soon. Their plan is to build a 2 million square foot facility. They do advanced manufacturing in their processes, but it's for the Tide, Bounce, Downy laundry type products. And they plan to, which will represent a $500 million capital investment. They plan to have 500 full-time direct employees, but when you add the construction period and the induced employees and jobs created, we're talking over 2,700 jobs. That will have an annual economic activity output of $465 million a year of all goods and services and activity resulting from this. And so just for someone, and they'll start construction here in 2023 and plan to be in production in 2025. But just so you can see, since I'm sure you didn't, it was on Veterans Day they had this announcement. Our clerk, Natasha, does have a clip of a couple minutes of the company representative making the announcement, if we could play that.
I'm David Nieves. I'm the Senior Director of Product Supply for the Procter & Gamble Manufacturing Company. On behalf of the company, I'm super excited to share some exciting news with you guys that most of you guys may know. So I want to start with a little background. Procter & Gamble was founded in 1997 as a consumer products company committed to the highest quality products, right? You may remember Ivory soap was one of the first bars of soap that floated because it was of the highest quality and highest purity. We've continued that tradition with our products such as Tampax, Bounty, Charmin, Crest, Oil of Olay, Tide. And so we're super excited. to be here. We operate in 70 countries. We have market-leading products across many countries in over 180 that we sell. We have over 100,000 employees, okay? After consideration over the past year and a half, we reviewed over 500 properties over several states. Today, I'm very happy to announce the intent to purchase 427 acres of land in Coolidge, Arizona, in Pinal County, to build our third manufacturing plant since 1971. So it's very important to us. We're very excited to do this. Obviously, we'll be completing our due diligence over the next month or so. But we're so excited to be here. Just the fact that Arizona is one of the fastest growing states, Pinal County is one of the fastest growing counties within that state, the support that we've had from my team, from this council, from members of the community, from the county, have been absolutely amazing. And that really pushed us over the edge to decide that this is the place where we want to plant since 1971. So I want to take a minute to thank the council, to thank the county, the state, Saint Holdings for the great partnership, GWR, Global Water Resources, UP, Union Pacific, APS, Southwest Gas, Alluvion, really for the vision of where this city can be and where we can really be a part of it.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations, and that's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Liu. Next, we have item 7, Purchasing Division Report. Ms. Peterson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the board. I am Tiara Peterson, your purchasing manager for Pinal County, and this is your purchasing report for November 16th, 2022. First, the board is requested to approve the following contract amendments: RFP 190624 for electronic poll books. We recommend approval of amendment number 3 to exercise the optional extension period beginning November 21st, 2022 with no ink. This contract is used by the Elections Department. RFP 221526 for COVID-19 testing and vaccination. We recommend approval of amendment number 1 to exercise the optional extension period from November 18, 2022 through November 17, 2023 with Paradigm Laboratories, LLC and Visit Healthcare. This contract is used by the Public Health Services District. RFP 223826 for Casa Grande Residential Refuge Service. We recommend approval of amendment number 1 to exercise the optional extension period beginning November 30th, 2022 with Universal Waste Systems, Inc., and this contract is used by the Housing Department. Next, the board is requested to approve the following change orders per Pinal County Procurement Code PC1-502, governing change orders that exceed minimum thresholds. PO number 247085 with Dibble and Associates, and a change amount of $374,138 for a new total of $839,777.92 for collection of environmental and historic preservation information used by the Public Works Department. PO 247655 with Wex Bank, and a change amount of $249,999 for a new total of $929,999 for fuel cards, and this is used by Fleet Services. Next, the board is hereby notified of the following cooperative purchases made. PO number 248568 with Ford Tilt LLC in the amount of $74.68 for office furniture used by the medical examiner's office. And finally, the board is requested to approve the following cooperative purchase: requisition 166085 with Motorola Solutions, Inc. in the amount of $1,061,522.49 for the PCSO RF project used by the IT department. And that concludes your purchasing division report for November 16th, 2022.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Forgive me, I only looked at the detail on this morning, and I see the WEX cards. Is that just for the cards?
Yeah, Chairman, Supervisor, it is for the fuel cards, for fuel.
How many fuel cards do we have? Do you have any idea?
I don't.
It's a fleet question?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? In that case, I would ask for a motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the purchasing report as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Have a great day. At this time, I'm going to move item 15 up so that we can hear. I just let you know I'm going to allow public comment on this, and I know there's some people that want to talk. We have a hard stop at 1 o'clock for a particular phone call, and so if we're in the middle of something, we'll have to stop and come back to it.
Chairman, members of the board, Kevin Costello, Deputy County Attorney. Here today to present a proposed settlement in action, First American Title Insurance Company et al. Versus the Superstition Mountain Owners Association. This started as a property dispute between adjoining property owners, a group of adjoining property owners. The Superstition Mountain Owners Association and a group of owners that was represented by First American Title. It relates to access to the plaintiff's property along the Southern Avenue right-of-way. They believed that they had a dedicated public right-of-way, and they filed an action to have that declared. In that action, the county was made a party because one of their claims was it was a statutory dedication to the county for that right-of-way. So the county was made a party. In the action, we did not believe that the documents that we reviewed were sufficient for a statutory dedication. However, the court saw otherwise. And the court ruled that there is a 33-foot public access along that alignment. The court further ordered that the defendants in that action should take no efforts to interfere with the plaintiff's use of that access to get to access to their property. Once that judgment was entered, the plaintiffs apparently believed that they had everything that they needed, and they began to blade a strip of that right-of-way. That was noticed. The county saw that they were blading, that they had no county permits for that work, and we stopped them at that point. Then we began discussions with the plaintiffs group about obtaining the necessary permits for any construction on the right-of-way. In that process, we noted that the Homeowners Association is opposed to having any facility in that spot, but we also looked at the general public and the county's interests. As you've seen from other items today, right-of-ways and providing new access to areas can cause quite a lot of issues. And there was concern from the county that opening up a new access point with a new road at that juncture, at that point, would cause significant issues. Increased illegal access to the state lands that are immediately north. A potential convenient cut-through from that area over to Cloudview for people to get up to the parks and the trailheads in that area. So there are significant issues associated with building a new facility along that right-of-way. So in discussions with the plaintiff group about the necessary permits, we asked the question, if you had other access, would you need to build anything along Southern? And they said, no, what we're looking for is access to our property. So we, based on that, we stopped the discussions about the permit, and we believe that they did, looking at it, they did have sufficient access off of Cloudview. After that, the plaintiffs believed, I'm not sure, they believed that we were trying to obstruct them in some way by not continuing discussions about putting a road through Southern, instead discussing alternate access. And they filed a claim for contempt of court against the county for obstructing their use of the Southern access in violation of the court's order. So it is this settlement, that's what brought this settlement to be. But in settling the contempt action, we're also attempting to resolve the broader issue of access and construction along that right-of-way. While still acknowledging that that judgment exists, it declares a right-of-way and says that their use of that right-of-way should not be interfered with by the defendants. So the purpose of the proposed settlement that's being put before you is to make sure that there is that alternate access off of Cloudview, to remove the need and the motivation to construct anything on that southern right-of-way. This way, the plaintiffs have absolute adequate access off of Cloudview. They will not have the need nor the motivation to spend the money to blade and put a new facility along the southern avenue right-of-way. So that was the purpose that we're attempting to serve in coming up with the proposed settlement, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Supervisor Surtee.
Not so much questions, but it's more in-depth than that. When the plaintiff rented the bulldozer, they did considerable damage to the desert, including 404 Wash, and possibly a saguaro was knocked down, every bit of vegetation. And I think there are folks here to speak on that, and they're going to try to do it in 3-minute intervals, so bear with them when they do try to present all of that. And part of the mediation that we were doing was, should they pay for that, or et cetera, because we've gone in and we've revegetated at taxpayers' expense, and should we have done that?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Surtee, that is correct. One of the issues in the mediation, the blading that they did was without a permit. Initially, the county was seeking reimbursement for the cost that the county incurred to go back and revegetate the area. As a negotiation piece, it's approximately $16,000. The county has agreed not to further pursue that as part of this settlement.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from the board? Okay. We'll move on to public comment on this item. First, I have Mr. Jerry Byrne. I believe you have a video to present.
I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon.
Time flies.
My name's Jerry Byrne. I'm a 25-year full-time resident of Gold Canyon. I vote there. I pay taxes there. A couple of points of clarification. You notice that this is a settlement between the county and the Superstition Mountain Homeowners Association. We were deliberately excluded from this negotiation by the gentleman sitting over here. We asked to be included in this negotiation, and he told us we could not be included. So factually, he's incorrect. We didn't find out about this. He was not courteous enough to tell us that he had entered into this until we found out ourselves 72 hours ago. I'm incredulous about that behavior. This goes back to, I assume, a claim by what we call the 80 Acres Group, the owners of the property, that they have a landlocked property. I could quote Lawyer Driscoll to just say they are not landlocked. They've been going to that property for over 25 years via Cloudview. So the need for this, I question why the need for this was done at all. This grows out of, as he said, a contempt of court claim by the plaintiffs. He also failed to tell you that they sued us for contempt of court, a point you should have noticed when he was up here speaking. Now I will go on to my public comments. If those clarifications, if they're not clear, please ask me. The 80 Acres Group made an investment, speculative investment, more than 40 years ago. They've done nothing to improve that property. Not once in 40 years did they come to you to say they needed a permit. Now you have the county saying that they're going to spend my taxpayer dollars to build them a road. That's not right. I should correct that. They made one thing, they tried to do one thing in 40 years to improve the property. He understates what they did. They hired a bulldozer. He didn't tell you they falsified a permit, which they showed to us. They made a piece of paper, signed it themselves, and put your names on it that said they had a permit to do this. He wants to let them go scot-free for that. They bulldozed approximately a mile. They went through a series of 404 washes. You're going to have several members of my community, people outside my community, show you the damage that was done in the last set of monsoons, will be done in future monsoons because of the damage they did to 404 washes, and he wants to let them go scot-free for that. In my 40-year business career, it was standard for a developer to put in their infrastructure. This document says you're going to build infrastructure so they can get to their speculative investment. God forbid every other developer in Pinal County finds out that you all are in the business of building infrastructure for them. In my 40-year business career, it was also standard that if you were going to build a road, you would do environmental, you would do engineering, and you would do cost studies. None of those were done. This agreement...
Your time is up. I'm sorry, because we had a discussion earlier about, not we, but we decided it would, one of you would speak or all of you would speak, and I think you chose all to speak. So it's 3 minutes apiece. I will allow your video to be shown, though.
Okay. This is a video of, you're intending to build a road across the major 404 wash through our existing property. I'd like you to see a video of what happens on that existing 404 wash today. That is the wash itself. The bridge that we had to build over our road to cover that, to protect us from that wash, was several $1 million. That's not included in their cost survey on the road they're telling you you're going to build. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Scott Johnson. Mr. Johnson.
My name is Scott Johnson. I'm a resident of Gold Canyon. I'm an attorney. I spent my career representing public entities in Alaska and California. I've reviewed the Memorandum of Understanding, and quite frankly, I'm shocked by it. The reason being, this is a civil contempt matter. The underlying case has been resolved. In a civil contempt matter, the damages or the results could be limited only to a cease and desist order against the county for what it was doing, which in this case was nothing. The county did nothing wrong. Or it could be a civil fine. Despite those minimal damages, the county has committed by this order to a massive engineering project, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, without due diligence. I would suggest that the board needs to step back, table the matter, do its due diligence, and determine what, in fact, should be done here to resolve the matter, short of approving it in this very quick summary fashion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fisher. I don't know how you do it in shorts in here. We're freezing up here.
No, it got a little warm, but it warmed up a little bit.
First of all, appreciate the board taking the time today. Appreciate being here, and thank all the residents that were able to come on very short notice. And that's the first thing that I'd like to mention. First of all, I'm Eric Fisher. I own a lot and a house up Superstition Mountain Road. I actually walked the entire 1.5 miles over the weekend to get a better understanding of what's happening out there. I would encourage all of you to please do that before you vote on anything, because you get a much better understanding of what's actually going on up there. Chairman Goodman, I've been here the whole time. A lot of the comments that you made, I think, are apropos here, which is we want to do things the right way. This is not anti-development. This shouldn't be one homeowner group or one owner of a property against others. Right now, the biggest, I think, frustration for everyone here is we didn't know about this. The stakeholders, the homeowners have not been involved in this. The HOA was not involved in this. Residents outside the neighborhood, Mr. Trevor Ott will be speaking. He did not know about any of this. His property was being proposed in this settlement to have access right across his land. Private property, no county road, no county access at all. I'd also like to say, time is so short, I already have a minute in. So you know my background. I was chief legal officer of the third largest quick lube in the country. My job was what your job is today. I would get settlement agreements from outside attorneys, from my own attorneys. I'd have to review them. I'd have to review the risks, the business risks. Is it legal? What am I obligating the entity to do? In your case, you're representing the county here. As Mr. Johnson said, I was absolutely shocked by the MOU. I didn't know until very recently there was even a mediation. And the terms of this, and again, I know I'm running tight on my time, and I want to at least hit some of the points. I would just urge you, we had a chance to talk to Mr. Surdy on Monday for a little bit about the complexity of these issues and what's really being committed to. He had not seen the MOU at that point, 2 days ago. The MOU here is 2 pages. It's got 15 terms. The ones that are just jump off the page here are 9, 10, and 11. I would just read number 11. Full release by the county of all claims as to the blading that was done previously. Okay, it's not only $16,000. We're talking about destroying washes, creating flooding, damaging Mr. Ott's property. That's county liability. Okay, if you walk on that, there's only one remedy, and it's the county. Okay, so in addition to the money that you're pledging for one owner of property, which he has full access, and I was up there 2 days ago, the county's already paved in, graded access. Now they're agreeing to pave it. We shouldn't even be talking about Southern Avenue anymore. And as a negotiator of settlements and reviewer of settlements, I look at this and I said, what is the county getting? What term in this entire agreement benefits the county? You're paying money, you're taking on risk, you're giving up opportunities to exercise your judgment down the road, you haven't been educated on the matter, you're asked to make a decision after 2 days when you don't know the terms of this agreement, and I don't have time to explain it because my time is up. So I would ask you to please either vote it down and let the parties go back to the table, which is all you will do. There's no prejudice. The parties can go back to the table, the HOA can get in like they should be, homeowners can get in, and they can work out to see if there's a settlement to be had. But right now, you're asked to sign something that has huge ramifications for decades possibly, will limit your authority, and I would ask that either you vote it no, let the parties go back, or reset it for a time that we can be prepared to discuss it in an educated way.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
I'm sorry, were you Mr. Murphy? Okay, good. I'm just checking to make sure I'm jumping ahead of myself. Mr. Murphy.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Rich Murphy. I'm a longtime and full-time resident of Gold Canyon, and I happen to abut against this property that we're being discussed. I'd like to cover 4 key points. In fact, I came with 4. I'm going to add a 5th one just for one more point. The issue being addressed in the MOU is much more complicated than the page and a half or than our county attorney has represented. This issue has been going on for many years with many groups and many lawsuits. Many of the potential people impacted were excluded from the memorandum agreement. I cannot believe that the county reps that I'm facing are going to vote on something that you really have not been fully informed on. Second point, the 80-acre group made a financial real estate investment years ago. Now they are asking you, the county, and us, the taxpayers, to bail out that bad decision and to build a road at our cost. I just cannot believe that's the way we do things in this county, and I'm absolutely certain you don't want a news headline that says you approved bailing out a bad real estate investment. Third point, you're being asked to approve a road being completed in 6 months. Think about that, 6 months. Without knowing the cost, the environmental impact, the traffic patterns, or anything else. I just listened to a long debate on items 3 and 4 that went on for a long time where you had all kinds of facts. You've got none in this case, absolutely none. In addition, you're going to spend limited funds when we just lost Proposition 409 for one group. My final point. This group or its agents trespassed on property, damaged Pinal County property, even our lawyer indicated that, destroyed desert plants, some of which are protected, impacted the rain flow. You saw one video, you're going to see another, and took this action, in my personal view, after fraudulently completing a permit. I know that's a strong word, but I meant it. The county sheriff had to step in and stop this before more damage was done. So why is the county attorney proposing to you to give this group everything they've asked for, hold them harmless, and invest county and taxpayer money into this? I propose that the county attorney should be investigating this group for civil and criminal events, not sending you an MOU that really makes no sense. So I respectfully ask that you defer any vote on this issue until all parties involved have a chance to revise it. If you choose not to defer it, I beg you to vote no. It does not make any sense. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just as a heads up, we do have a hard stop at 1, so I've got five more folks that want to talk. We may have to break for a few minutes to have our phone call and come right back. So, Mr. Sparks.
Hi, I'm Dwayne Sparks. I live in Gold Canyon. I have lived there for 21 years. I'm one of the unfortunate people that were involved in the grading that took place and has damaged my property and property around that. I live on the northern border of the property, and all of the water from the Superstition Mountains drains towards the northern border of our property. Mr. Bodmer and his group, 80-acre group, bulldozed an expedition of bulldozing through that property for about a half a mile without a permit. They created an ugly and permanent scar in this beautiful desert. And now it appears that the county's considering allowing this to happen again. I'm particularly opposed to items 9 through 12 on that MOU that have to do with providing alternate access to Bodmer's property. I think you've already provided some access, and now you want to provide an alternate access. This isn't Peralta. This is a little piece of property, 80 acres. It's got, I think, 5-acre lots on it. So it's not going to be a community with thousands of people living in it that need alternate access. Millions of people live on dead-end roads, cul-de-sacs. I live on a cul-de-sac. I have one way to get in and out of my property, and it's been just fine. The bulldozing has forever changed that property. Now, not too many people care about saguaros. I saw you hand out some pictures here to some important people in the county. Here's a picture of a saguaro. Beautiful. 28 feet tall, arms, 8 arms, 11 feet long, 66 inches girth on this. Beautiful. Here's what it looks like today after Bodmer bulldozed it. It's rotting in the desert. Now, I care about this. Maybe you don't, but I do. There's more of these in the way. If he gets his way, more of that is going to happen. please oppose that. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have time for one more, and then we have to take a break here. Mr. Larson. We'll bring the mic to you.
All right. Thank you very much for seeing me. I'm also a resident of Gold Canyon, and I'm just going to talk about, you've heard some articulate people explain the legalities and all those issues, and that's far beyond my capabilities. So I'm just going to tell you that I live in very close proximity to the last gentleman on the side of the 404 wash, and I was going to talk about the major wash changes that actually encroached on my property also, but it's hard to see, so I'm going to leave these pictures, and hopefully you'd have an opportunity to look at it, but it destroyed a whole corner of my of a fence, and the water rushed down the back of my property. So
You can just hand them to the clerk.
Oh, thank you very much. Here we go. And this is, I've lived there now at this residence for 6 years, and this is the first time this has happened. And all of that was due to the bulldozing of the wash and the wash and the path, a graded path that Bodner illegally performed. It included the damage of much wildlife habitat, desert plants, and when this was made, all of a sudden ATVs and four-wheelers, I don't know how they found out, but they were cruising up and down this whole area. This caused great consternation for my wife, myself, for our safety and security. The bladed area that was performed is only 9 feet from my backyard. The economic impact is also a great concern. I imagine if this is approved, the value of our property is going to be reduced by tens of thousands of dollars. And there's nothing on the other side of the north side of this potential bladed area other than state land. So there is, I'm trying to understand the reason for this requested access because it's not necessary. And I think as other people have told you that they have already started an access on Cloudview, which would negate any need for this additional access to Southern Avenue. The only question I'm left with is why is this group being even allowed to ask for this access if they've already been approved and already started construction of a road on the eastern part of the property? I guess I respectfully ask that this memorandum be turned down or at least deferred, and especially I'm concerned about the items 9 through 12 on the memorandum. That's all I have. Thank you very much for your time, and have a nice day.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to have to recess the Board of Supervisors meeting. I need to ask for a motion to go to executive session.
So moved.
Have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. We're in executive session. We will be back in a minute. We'll hear the rest of your conversations. Executive session, and we will continue regular meeting with item 15. And I still have 3 folks that would like to speak. I have Ms. Dozal. Did I do that sort of correctly?
Oh, yeah, I got to have it on.
There we go.
I can talk pretty loud, though. Okay, Rita Dozal. I live in Gold Canyon, and I moved back to Arizona 4 years ago to build my house near Superior, where my husband's family live. So I have a long history in my family here in Arizona in Pinal County. I want to also speak for a second about my background, which includes sitting in a position much like yours, because I was on a town board in Colorado, and I also was on the Denver Regional Council of Governments. So we, 56 different local and county governments, worked to spend $175 million of the federal government's money for transportation needs in Colorado. So I will speak through a lens of having been in your position. When I reviewed your packet and found this item 15 on it, and first of all, I have to say, I reviewed your 741-page packet, and my heart goes out to you, because I never had a packet that big when I was on the town board. And I also want to thank staff for all the work that you do, and all the supervisors for the work that they do for the people of Pinal. So I reviewed the packet, and the questions that came to mind for me on item 15, if I was sitting in your seat and wanting to review them, were several, and I'll go through them as quickly as I can here. Was notification made to property owners abutting or impacted by this memorandum of understanding? Are there descriptions and pictures of the properties benefiting from or impacted by this MOU? What are the estimated costs for engineering, permitting, construction, maintenance of the proposed road? Can the first phase of this road be completed in 6 months, as the MOU states that it will be? How much has been expended to date by the county? What department or line item budget will these costs be funded from? I see the budget department approved it, but what does that mean? What other new road work or maintenance will need to be delayed because of the expenditure for this road? What will final approval to expend these county funds come back to the board as a resolution? Does any action on such a MOU require a public hearing? Because this is not a public hearing for the actions that were taken regarding this MOU. What is the description of the properties that need to be secured by the county, and how will that happen? Why, then, would the county pay for this paving? I'm talking about from Cloudview, from the east access end. Pinal County Code 3.40.010 required improvements lists 16 required improvements that the subdivider shall cause to be installed without expense to the county, including requirement A, street paving, requirement K, drainage improvements, L, flood control improvements, and P, any and all above listed improvements located off the subdivision site. Finally, what are the pending matters that this MOU might resolve? If it's just contempt, resolve that. But why are we going on to talking about some references and tacit reassurances for a southern access that doesn't exist? There is no southern alignment on the eastern or western side. There is no alignment. There is no access to that 33-foot right-of-way that Pinal County owns, and I would ask you to consider abandoning that right-of-way. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hendricks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members. My name is Keith Hendricks. I'm an attorney in Phoenix, Arizona. I represent the plaintiffs in this matter. They've been called the 80-acre owner group. We are the ones who filed the lawsuit. We are the ones who have been pursuing this. There is a real misconception that's going on here today. We are not asking you to pave Southern. We are not asking you to do all the things on Southern that we are being accused of. What this is we had a lawsuit where we went in and argued and won after we spent about $100,000 in legal fees to establish in a court of law that there is an access on Southern. The court ruled with summary judgment that a 1973 dedication that gave the public the right to a 33-foot access and to blade it, to remove vegetation, and that we had a right. And then the court held that there was a 1998 and a 1999 dedication that gave the public a right to use Southern as an access where it was. And then the court entered an injunction against the county and said, you cannot interfere with the plaintiff's use and that dedication that allowed us the right to remove the vegetation. You cannot interfere with our use of the road. of the road there. You don't have to give us a permit, you don't have to do anything else, but you cannot interfere. There was an argument made that one of your ordinances that deal with construction doesn't deal with blading, has no reference to anything about blading, was violated. That was a dispute. We filed a contempt action. We named the homeowners association. We asked them to be a part of this, and they went to court and asked to be excused. And they said, we have no role in this. The homeowners have no role in this. This is an argument solely between the county and the plaintiffs. And so the court excluded them at their request. And so we went forward. But the Superior Court found there was sufficient evidence to hold the county in contempt of violating its order and ordered an evidentiary hearing on that. That's what led up to the settlement negotiation. And in the settlement negotiation, it was simple. We want to use Southern. We don't want to use Cloudview. Cloudview is 8 miles serpentining road to get to our property. Southern is a 2-mile straight access. We want to enforce and then be able to sell to a developer who would pay all the costs you've been hearing about and use Southern. And the county said they didn't want us to use Southern. And so the question was, what could they do to incentivize us to give up our claim that we have a right to blade it, that we have a right to access it, that we can use that? How can they incentivize us to use Cloudview, the 7-mile serpentine road that we don't want to use, and instead of using Southern? And we reached the agreement. This was hard fought. It was mediated by a judge of the Arizona Court of Appeals, Judge Barker. Incredible. He's the one that came in and put the issues, the legal issues to the party, and the issues that allowed the party to reach the deal that incentivizes us to move away from Southern and all the things that they've been talking about. I see my time is up, and I'll move on unless you have any questions.
Thank you. Lastly, I have Mr. Ott.
How's it going? Trevor Ott. I live in Apache Junction. I actually don't live in Gold Canyon. I was never actually part of this settlement case with this group here and never been a part of any of the proceedings of this at all. I was brought aware of this the beginning of last year, or this year actually. I've only been in my house for about a year now with me and my wife. I am on basically 2425 South Baker Drive, which is and then the road is called Tranquil, I believe is the road name. Southern is right there. The access gate that they're talking through is through my yard. It's a 50-foot deal. 183 feet through my yard is where they are saying that they need to acquire access to my yard to get through there. So I've never been brought up and told anything about this. So for you guys to approve or agree or whatever happened here, I'm not a lawyer, it's disturbing because no one on Southern, I have 2 Pinal County sheriffs that live down Southern that are not aware of this. It's going to directly affect traffic control. I'm the biggest one that's going to lose everything here. I'm going to lose my property. I think one of you said earlier something about like roads have never devalued property and stuff like that. Well, this will take up about 50 feet by 183 feet of my property that will have to go away. So I technically will be losing value in my property. And again, we moved out there to be away from traffic and stuff like that. Yes, granted, I get we need roads and stuff like that, but I don't think we're putting everything into terms. We're talking Southern, from Mountain View to Southern, all the way through to Gold Canyon, Cloudview, right there. You guys were talking about stop signs earlier and traffic control and stop analysts. You would have to put a stop sign almost at every intersection going down Southern before even hitting my house to control that traffic flow and stuff like that. And in this, it has nothing about anything about traffic control or anything like that. I'm in construction. I build for a living. I had a video. I don't know if you guys had that video or not, but the damage done that this group illegally crossed my property while I was at work. They damaged my property. They went through, they bladed, which I have never seen the permits or anything of that sort, and which created they disrupted the water tables. They disrupted the grading, okay? And now that has messed up my property. I have overflow into my yard now from the wash that runs down and around behind my yard. It is undercutting SRP boxes that power the neighborhood behind me down Southern. And yeah, that's about it. I mean, and then this lawsuit, it says the county will not oppose any lawful attempt to remove the current obstruction to access Southern. Like, how is that in there and I'm not involved in this? That's really where I'm at on this whole thing. But I appreciate you guys. I thought I sent the video in, so I don't know if anybody have it. I can pass it to you. I have it on my phone to show you the exact damage. Thousands of dollars of damage, and then thousands of dollars of fix. And then if the road is not fixed, it's going to cost more money just to keep fixing it, and I won't ever be able to do anything with my yard. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Is that all the speakers that you have?
Are there any other speakers to this item? Seeing none.
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that we go into exec session. I have a couple legal questions I'd like to talk to council about.
All right. We don't need a motion. We're just
we just go back in?
Just recessed, yes. We'll recess the general meeting. We'll go back to executive session. Open back the regular meeting. Item 15, are there any others that wish to speak on this item? No. Okay. Any other questions from the board? Comments? In that case, I'd ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we disapprove item number 15.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion is disapproved.
Okay.
We will now go back to item number 8, which is, I hope, consent agenda. All items indicated by an asterisk will be handled by a single vote as part of the consent agenda unless a board member, county manager, or member of the public objects at the time the agenda item is called. I see that item D has been pulled by Natasha Kennedy, as it should read District 2. We'll come to that. So does the board have any others on the board care to pull an item?
Mr. Chairman, item H.
H. All right, we have item H pulled. We have D pulled. Any others that the board wishes to pull at this time? Any from the audience care to pull an item? Seeing none. May I get a motion, please?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve consent items A through U minus D and H.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. Let's go to item D, please.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number D with the change from Supervisor District 5 to Supervisor District 2.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. Item H, Supervisor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted clarification. I recall this is the one where we had we were getting transferred property that potentially had mold issues. Is there someone here to speak to that?
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. I'm Angie Sauceda. I'm here on behalf of the director, the housing director, Rolanda Cephas. So previously, Pinal County was not interested in taking over the administrative building because of some concerns with the conditions of the building, such as some mold and asbestos. But all that has been taken care of, it has been remedied. And because there is not enough time for the Eloy Housing Authority management company to get through the process of getting it sold, their contract pretty much expires on December 31st. So therefore, HUD is asking that Pinal County include that building in the transfer of the assets and be willing to lease it to the city of Eloy. Mr. Patel and Ms. Cephas have been in a communication with the county manager, the Eloy County city manager, and has expressed interest in working with Pinal County to obtain the building for sale, but they are willing to lease it in the meantime until the process is taken care of.
Does that answer your question, Supervisor Kavanaugh?
Almost. I don't see an item in here where it talks about the abatement being completed for the mold.
Good afternoon, Chairman McClure, Vice Chairman Surdy, Darren Gary, Deputy County Attorney, Pinal County Attorney's Office. I've been involved with Ms. Cephas and Mr. Patel in this matter, and from what I understand, we have received assurance that the mold has been completely abated. I haven't seen the certificate myself. My understanding is that the mold has been abated. There was also an asbestos test conducted on the property, which came back negative, and so those conditions have been remedied, as far as I know.
Do you know who did the mold abatement?
I do not know that, Supervisor. I'm sorry.
And what would happen if we put this off till February 3rd to make sure that it's been properly taken care of? We already rejected this once because of the condition of the building, and we have no contractor statement, nothing that says that's, it's nothing but a liability at this point for the county.
Right. That would cause problems, I believe, with HUD's deadlines. HUD has a January 1st, 2023 deadline for effective date. Whenever there's a transfer of a public housing program like this, HUD imposes these deadlines, which is one reason why we've had to come back on short order a couple of times on this matter, because the nature of the assets have changed. We've had to come in to get board resolutions to meet HUD's requirements in order for this transfer to take place. In order to meet the January 1, 2023 deadline for HUD's purposes, I believe if the matter were tabled, it would cause a problem in the sense that it may not go through at all.
So how would that negatively impact the county? We're still taking over the program. We're absorbing their HUD program, their housing program, but we don't need the building.
We would be there, and there are two components to this. One was the Housing Choice Voucher Program, and that program is separate from the Public Housing Program, which is before the board today. The Public Housing Program does include several things. It includes the operating subsidy funds, the capital funds, and the administrative building. Unless we were to have an executive session to get a new resolution, the resolution has to match what assets are being transferred. In other words, if we were to exclude the building altogether, I don't know if HUD would agree to just transfer the operating subsidy funds and the capital funds. Aside from that, that's something I'd have to run through HUD and through Ms. Cephas. But we would have to have a new resolution to match what those items are being transferred to the county as part of that public housing program.
So, but we rejected it previously, but it was included in this new,
Well, if I recall correctly, I don't believe it. The first time around, it wasn't rejected. There was the caveat. I believe the question was, Supervisor Kavanaugh, why we are accepting this building without knowing firsthand what issues may arise with that building. And it didn't obligate the county to accept that building by virtue of that resolution that was passed. It gave the county time to inspect the building, to look at it. That's when these issues arose. That's when we had a resolution to rescind the first resolution, which accepted the building, and replace it with a new resolution just accepting the proceeds of the sale of that building, because the city of Eloy was supposedly going to be buying that building from the housing authority of the city of Eloy. But because of HUD's timelines, that wasn't able to happen. And in the meanwhile, the mold issue was abated and the asbestos issue was resolved, and HUD came back again with the new plan together with at the direction of Ms. Cephas to include the building now that those issues had been resolved. Ms. Cephas, I believe it's her decision that in this case, based on the remediation, that it would be in the county's best interest to accept the building along with the or the subsidy funds and the capital funds.
Okay. But we still don't know who inspected. You said we said we'll accept it at a later time if it's inspected and it looks good, but we don't have any information to say that there's been a proper inspection done.
I don't have the information. I know it wasn't a concern for Ms. Cephas when we received notice that the mold had been abated, because I know there was a process. The employees who were in the building had to be vacated from the premises. And I just heard word from Ms. Cephas and from HUD and from the managing company for the Housing Authority for the City of Eloy that it had been abated. I haven't seen the certificate.
Perhaps Mr. Miller has some information.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any information, but I see a path here. Can we not approve this? And I have full confidence in our staff and our departments that we will not allow anybody to occupy this building until you have seen and in hand a certificate of compliance to the mold issue. And you can share that certificate with the Board of Supervisors when you obtain it. I just really think that I trust our employees are telling us that they've had the inspection done. It has been passed. I think we can move forward with something like this. You're not going to put people in harm's way in this scenario if we don't have a certification that it's safe.
Right.
Is that fair?
Yes, I think that's a very fair statement. And this won't take effect until January 1 of 2023. Until that time, it remains an asset of the Housing Authority of the City of Eloy. And during that time, we're able to conduct additional due diligence if necessary.
Well, I certainly understand the timing of funds with HUD and all these agencies. We need to keep the flow going, and I will assure the public that our staff won't put anybody in harm's way in this scenario. And it's obvious, though, we have plenty of time to address it in the future. So, I don't know why we can't pass this resolution.
Are there any other comments or questions from the board? Hearing none, I would ask, or seeing none, I would ask for a motion here, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve item H as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Hearing, okay, motion passes 4-1.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now recess the regular Board of Supervisors meeting to convene the Flood Control District Board of Directors meeting. This is consent items. All items indicated by an asterisk will be handled by a single vote as part of the consent agenda unless a board member, county manager, or member of the public objects at the time the agenda item is called. Are there any items that the board wishes to pull? Any items that management cares to pull? Seeing none. Public? Seeing none, I'd ask for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the items A through C as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. We'll now adjourn the Flood Control District Board of Directors meeting, and we'll go to the Public Health Services District agenda. We will open the Public Health Services District Board meeting, District Board of Director meeting. Again, consent items, all items indicated by an asterisk will be handled by a single vote as part of the consent agenda unless a board member, county manager, or member of the public objects at the time the agenda item is called. Are there any items that the board wishes to pull? Seeing, hearing none. The management? Seeing, hearing none. Public? Seeing, hearing none. May I get a motion, please?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve items A through B.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. We will now adjourn the Public Health Services District Board of Directors meeting and reconvene the Board of Supervisors regular meeting. And we'll start with number 11. Nope. Yes. Discussion, approval, disapproval of resolution number 111622-MOR, a resolution of the Pinal County Board of Supervisors designating Finis Eugene Brittle as a Pinal County Military Remains Officer. And this is Ms. Kennedy, you're the presenter.
Yes, Chairman and board members, we have received resignation from our current MRO officer, Mr. Bob Day, and he recommended Mr. Brittle to take that position. And so this item is to designate Mr. Brittle as the new MRO officer.
Okay. Are there any questions from the board? Well, we'll get to any questions from the board on this? Okay, Mr. Brittle, did you care to speak?
Mm-hmm. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and the board members. I've never been here before, so it's an honor for me to be here. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the MRO and what I feel that you guys have done. All deceased veterans who receive an honorable discharge are entitled to military honors, including placement in a veterans cemetery. Pinal County, however, has expanded that to include veterans for whatever reason received an honorable discharge. They, however, cannot be placed in a veteran cemetery. Instead, arrangements have been made to place them in a non-veteran cemetery. The one veteran that has fallen between the cracks is a veteran who died without family or anyone to identify him or her as a veteran. Pinal County has taken the lead in assuring these veterans are also identified and given the honor they have earned by their faithful service to our country. That is the task of the MRO, Military Remains Officer, a volunteer position who is responsible for identifying those veterans and making sure Pinal County directives are carried out. According to Bob Day, who was the Military Remains Officer, Pinal County is the only county that he is aware of that is doing this. They have taken the honoring of our veterans to the next level. Because of Pinal County's commitment to all veterans while honoring their service, each veteran will be identified and placed alongside their military family. I get emotional about veterans. Okay, they have taken the honor and will be identified and placed alongside the military family, being treated with the honor and dignity that they deserve. We should all be very proud and thankful to our supervisors for realizing this was a problem and taking the steps to make the corrections. I look forward to the challenges ahead as a new MRO and anything I can do to expand on the recognition of the Pinal County that deserves.
Thank you. Thank you for what you do. Are there any comments from the board? Supervisor Miller?
If I may, Mr. Day did a fantastic job of putting this program together. Thank you for continuing to honor our military family, at their last moments or at for their internment. I think it's very important that we always honor our veterans. After this last weekend's veteran ceremony, every one of us enjoy the freedoms and liberty because of the military, and this is a really small thing to do, but I think it means a lot in a lot of ways to these people. So thank you for continuing with this program, and I look forward to...
That means a lot to the veterans that I've talked to. They're really appreciative of this.
Yeah, and Bob had me participate or attend several of the ceremonies that he put on in the years past when I was available. So thank you again. And
okay.
It's interesting that we're the only county doing it, but
yeah.
Hey, we'll lead that way. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brittle. Any other questions? None. May I get a motion, please?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to approve item number 11 as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 12, public hearing and discussion, approval, disapproval of ordinance number 111622-0ST, adopting modifications to park rules for county-owned and managed parks and revoking the park rules and West Pinal park camping regulations adopted by resolution number 100417-MPR and codified by ordinance number 050620-CCO. You are up, Mr. Taylor.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. Kent Taylor, Director of Open Space and Trails. So this is the public hearing related to our proposed changes to the Open Space and Trails Department park rules. This is the follow-up to our work session that we had about a month ago in October. As outlined in October, these changes, pretty minor, include consolidating camping language that used to be separate from our park rules into the park rules, and rescinding the current overnight camping regulations that were specific to West Pinal Park. As you know, in January we'll have two parks that will have camping, both West Pinal and Peralta. So these changes, they will better align to our current business practices for overnight camping, and while keeping our rules simple in one document, easier for both our patrons and our staff to understand and follow. Our Open Space and Trails Advisory Commission reviewed these changes at their October meeting and recommended their approval. During the public notice process that we've gone through since October, we have had no questions or concerns about those changes. I haven't received any, and I don't think the clerk's offices, she didn't tell me if they did. And then one item from the work session, a follow-up item from the work session, a question was brought up related to Section 5.1 on violations and penalties, and the language on 5.1. We did some research on that. That language is directly out of state statute, and that is why that language is in there as it is. And as I said in October, our department doesn't do enforcement a lot. What we do is education. So most of our contact, first of all, the vast majority of our patrons abide by the rules. And when we do have those issues where they don't, we're using education to get them to follow the rules. And at that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Hearing, seeing none. This does have a public hearing aspect to it, so at this point I will open the public hearing. Anyone from the public care to speak to this item? Looking pretty grim. Okay, not seeing anyone, I will close the public hearing and ask the board again if they have any questions. If not, then may I get a motion, please?
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion that we approve item number 12 as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. Item 13 is a public hearing and discussion, approval, disapproval of the Uniform Video License Agreement between Pinal County and Orbital Communications, LLC. Ms. Villegas. Oh, hello, Ms. Villegas. How are you?
A new look. Joe Ortiz, Public Works Deputy Director. Good afternoon, Chairman, Board of Supervisors. This is, as you know, a public hearing and a request for action from the Board of Supervisors for a uniform video service license agreement between Pinal County and Orbital Communications for the use of county right-of-ways. Under ARS, the county is authorized to regulate and manage the public right-of-ways. And after review, evaluation, and coordination with Orbital Communication, staff is requesting the board to approve this uniform video service license agreement to allow the use of public right-of-ways by Orbital Communications. This is a public hearing, and we also do have Orbital here. If you have any specific questions, I'd be glad to answer.
Any questions from the board for Ms. Villegas? or Mr. Ortiz?
2 for 1.
Seeing none. Okay, this does have a public hearing aspect to it. At this time, I would open the public hearing. Anyone from the public care to speak to this item? Roll it right along. Okay, I see that. Okay, at this time, we'll close the public hearing And I would ask for a motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve item number 13 as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Villegas and Mr. Ortiz.
Yep. Thank you. Megan, thanks you too.
Item 14 is discussion, approval, disapproval of an agreement between Pinal County and the Arizona Department of Administration for the purpose of providing $10,000 one-time payment to line-level deputies and detention officers employed by the Pinal County Sheriff's Office as of May 1, 2022, and a one-time recruitment payment not to exceed $5,000 per new hire for line-level deputies and detention officers hired since May 1, 2022. Ms. Woods, you're up.
Thank you, Chairman. Angie Woods, I'm the Director of the Office of Budget and Finance, and thank you for reading the agenda item because it is exactly what it states. We're asking for approval of this agreement between Pinal County and the Arizona Department of Administration to provide $10,000 recruitment, one-time recruitment payment, and a $5,000 one-time, I'm sorry, I said that wrong, $10,000 a one-time payment for retention and $5,000 one-time payment for recruitment for our Pinal County Sheriff's Office. The agenda item language also is to approve a budget amendment to increase the revenue expenditures in the Sheriff's Office budget. We will take that from our contingency. The cash will be coming from the Arizona Department of Administration. Any questions?
Any questions from the board? One question, Supervisor Kavanaugh.
Thank you. I had a deputy ask at the gas station. I told him I didn't know if this is spread out over time, or is this a lump sum, or is that a question for the sheriff's office?
Chairman, Supervisor Kavanaugh, I can actually answer that question, and it's stated clearly in the agreement with the Arizona Department of Administration. The $10,000 bonus, those that are eligible will receive that payment over the next 2 years, so really 8 quarterly payments. We will be paying the first two quarterly payments in a lump sum, and thereafter they'll receive quarterly payments after that. And then the same thing goes for the $5,000 bonus, except for that is over a 1-year period instead.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Woods? Hearing and seeing none, may I get a motion, please?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 14 as presented.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Woods.
Thank you.
Item 16, discussion, approval, disapproval to rescind and replace the Pinal County Board of Supervisors General Board Meeting Rules adopted January 9, 2019 by approving the Pinal County Board of Supervisors General Board Meeting Rules of Order, Call to the Public Guidelines, and House Rules Code of Conduct. And I'm going to guess, Mr. Keller, you are up, sir.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, Leo, the county manager, was supposed to tee this one up for us, so I think I'll pitch in for him there. But as you may recall, we had at least one work session with the board where we brought in an outside consultant, Mr. Condit, who basically gave you some ideas and some education, if you will, on best practices and the like for operating board meetings and for board rules. And as a result, we, part of the executive staff and legal, I should say, Natasha was involved, Leo, Hamanchu, Mary Ellen, we met with him. We went through our rules as they currently stand. We went through proposed changes that had been drafted, and we edited those through at least 2 or 3 different iterations, and you should have those now in your packet. that has, for discussion purposes, what is, so far has gone through the vetting process from executive staff, and now it's up to you to decide if you like these, if you have suggestions, if you have comments, and so forth. And we're happy to address any questions. I can walk you through them if you like, or I can take questions however you want to proceed.
I'd like you just to walk through them. Just
okay. And you have three different documents. So the first document is the general board meeting rules of order. If you recall, you currently have a one-sheeter. It's essentially what was adopted by the board previously in January 9th of 2019 is when that was adopted. And there's been some questions over the years about, morphing and changing some of those, elaborating on those, or, changing or scrapping them completely. So as a result, we have now tried to at least address some of the issues that I would say, not routinely, but have come up over the years to actually put some policies and some procedures in place so that the board, as you all members, are on the same sheet of music, so to speak. So essentially, the first section, just is spelling out where the open meeting laws come from. That's pretty self-evident. The second, Roman numeral 2, basically talks about the duties and responsibilities that the chair and the vice chair have regarding the meetings and how that should flow. It does provide the chair with a practice that we have been implementing anyway, the ability to limit or expand debate by the public. So that's just been memorialized in there. Otherwise, I think pretty much everything is there that the board has been doing as it is. Item number 3, let me get my staple out of here, is just how items work on the agenda. And that is, ability, again, that the chair has to reorder at the request of any board member an item to be moved up or taken later, depending on whatever the reasoning might be. So that has been memorialized. And then item B speaks to the Office of Authority, and essentially that is speaking with any county departments or any elected official that may want to add an item to the board agenda. We try to just put some kind of a time frame on it, mainly for the clerk's purposes. She tends to, pull her hair out, if you speak, at the last minute, adding things to the agenda as she's already published it once. So we're trying to keep cognizant of her need to organize, publish, and get the information, out to the public on this. And so that's why we've came up with that, 48 hours of a special meeting and at least 8 days of a regular scheduled meeting to try to get those items in. And I don't know, Natasha, if you want to address that anymore. Putting her on the spot now.
No, Chris. You've covered pretty much everything.
She's bowing out on that one. And then item number 4 speaks to the motions, the types of motions that are before the board that the board can make, and whether debate and so forth needs to happen on those type of things. And then one of the new items that we do have on here is item C under that section. That previously you were able to go ahead and have a motion to reconsider an item only at the same meeting that item was presented. And again, that had to be made by a member in the moving party that presented and approved, the approving party, to reconsider it. There have been occasions where I know either Natasha or myself have gotten a call from a board member saying, geez, I didn't understand. I would like to reconsider that item. And so what we've tried to do is, and I can specifically recall recollection when Supervisor Smith was on the board. He had called one time and said, hey, I want to reconsider. I didn't get enough time to go through that. We didn't have a mechanism to do that. So in this process, we try to include at least a mechanism within 24 hours. If someone wait a second, let me rethink about that. And if you're in the moving side, you can go ahead and request that be reconsidered at the next agenda. However, with a caveat, it shouldn't be for contracts that have been awarded unless there's some sort of evidence of improper award. And frankly, that's kind of a legal requirement from my standpoint, from our office, is that once you approve it, that contract and the contractor has those expectations, and they're usually moving forward on those things. So it does, from a procurement standpoint and a contracting standpoint, put us in a predicament. So that's why we took out contracts, excluding contracts again, unless all of a sudden we hear some sort of evidence of an improper award or something. So that's where that comes from, and then there is the item D that was added, and that again is a new item where you can suspend any of these rules that we're proposing. And again, that would require, though, a supermajority of those present at the board meeting to go ahead and do that. And then my favorite is number 4, which deals with points of personal privilege. And I know over the years, this has always been an item that at times the board would like to take a point of personal privilege and speak on something. I can recall, Supervisor Rios at the time historically would do as points of history that he would give as a point of personal privilege. Well, frankly, those things should be confined, your points of personal privilege should be confined to the 3 items that are on there. So that you don't get around or bend the open meeting law rules. So I just tried to put that so that the board again would have a roadmap of these are really the 3 things that you should be confining your points of personal privilege to. The noise, temperature, and the like. Recognizing those dignitaries that may be in the audience at times, and the passing of an individual and so forth. Are they the only things? No, but there are the most common points of personal privilege that are given in board meetings by tradition, if you will. And then I think the voting item number 6 pretty much restates what you do, an A or an A, and that you cannot recuse yourself from a vote. You can go ahead and declare conflict, and that needs to be done with writing and through the clerk's office as it spells out there. And item C under that section is just emphasizing what, again, is already in the open meeting law handbook and the like, that says when debate should happen and explaining your vote. And technically, you should only be explaining your vote after the vote has been taken. Sometimes people would say, I want to explain why I'm voting this. Well, you really shouldn't be doing that until after the vote is done. You can always explain your vote, why you voted a certain way, but the debate on why you want to vote a certain should have already occurred, through the open process that you currently have. So that was just to clarify that. And then the last one is just, Section 7, which talks about, decorum. And I think that pretty much, speaks to just, keeping everyone in the same lanes, if you will. I'm happy to answer any questions on this one. If you want me to go to the next one.
I believe Supervisor Surtee has a question for you.
So I've seen people explain their votes for years and years. Where do you see the harm is in doing that?
The harm comes when you're essentially telegraphing your vote for everybody else, trying to, if you will, convince why they should vote your way. When that really should have already happened when any debate on the motion, not at the time you are giving your vote for that motion. I don't know if there's another question.
No, it was just.
No, he was looking at me whenever that was the discussion on what you're just making.
He thought I was blaming him for something. Any other questions here?
I agree with Councilor Keller.
Yeah.
Okay, then please.
Again, these are our suggestions, and it's up to the board to, give us instructions on how you would like to proceed on that one. The other item that we had, moving on then, is call to the public.
Mr. Chairman, are we finished with this item on the discussion, or we're going to come back to all of them?
Just 3 items. Just letting him. Did you have a thing you want to discuss on that particular piece?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, item 3 agenda, subletter B, county office of authority or designee in consultation with the county manager may add an item to the agenda. So what authority does the county, under this, will the county manager be able to exercise in limiting or permitting supervisors to add items? You mentioned, when you said county office of authority, supervisor was mentioned. So how does that work?
The county manager would not have that. The county manager's authority, and I'll ask Leo to correct me if I misspeak on this, the intent there was for the offices, the county departments and the like, to make sure that Leo is informed of items that they want to be putting on an agenda.
Okay. And then it goes to the chairman for approval after that.
Right. And Leo, did I misspeak?
No, yeah, right. We were just trying to distinguish between the elected offices have that authority, and then or designee in consultation with the county manager, supposed to be for the appointed.
Okay.
Chairman, if I may,
Yeah.
just to further clarify that for Supervisor Kavanaugh, we still have the 12-day deadline that we currently have in place now. This right here kind of cleans up a process that we pretty much already do for departments that email us after that deadline requesting for the clerk of the board office to add items to that agenda once the agenda has closed.
Okay, thank you. And then under item 4, IV, I guess it would be sub A. My question is, once a motion is made, will further debate be permitted? So we've had instances where a motion is made before a second, additional debate or additional comments from the podium occur. Have we addressed that? How will that occur?
I think item number B helps clarify that question. After a motion has been seconded, the chairman shall call for the vote. But the next sentence, the chairman may also call for the vote if it appears any further discussion or debate will be repetitious. So your debate was already occurring at the time that the chair has called for the vote, if you will, called for the motion.
Okay, and then items 1 through 7. On the next page, we have a point of order under number 7, sub B. Would that be better placed in this list, just a point of order? Or we're not going to consider that really a motion?
And that was going to be my response. A point of personal privilege is really not a motion that the board needs to vote on.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Yes.
And then on item C under number 4, motion to reconsider and so on. In the second, third sentence, it looks like a motion for reconsideration having been made once and decided negative shall not be renewed or allowed to be amended. And presumably that the chair is making that decision, correct?
That is correct if you adopt these rules. Yeah, if you adopt these rules, that will be part of the rule already.
Okay. Just making sure.
And frankly, that is to prevent reconsidering an item multiple times.
Right. And then I think we got down to decorum. On C, no member shall indulge in personal attacks, impugn the motives of members, staff, or the public, or use language tending to hold a member up to contempt. So, I think we have a recent example where I've asked a question and another board member suggests that it's a situation where I distrust the staff member. Would that be prohibited under this rule?
Counsel, your opinion, please.
Well, it would be hard to say, not knowing specific facts and how far one went. Again, this is general rules of decorum to try to set the stage for everybody, as to how they appreciate staff and how they appreciate their co-members.
Okay.
It's basically just saying, be nice.
Play nice.
Play nice.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions.
Okay. Because we're going to vote on these all at the same time. So, is that true? Or is one item, 3 pieces, correct? Yes, okay. Next, please.
The second item that we prepared for you is some general rules for the call to the public. Again, we wanted to spell out and provide information to the public also on what your roles, your responsibilities, and what you can and cannot do, essentially, because it's clear there are certain ground rules legally on what you are permitted to do during a call to the public. So we started off first by explaining what a call to the public is, and that, that it is a privilege, it's not a right, and so forth. And it's a time period for members of the public to address the Board of Supervisors on any item of concern or to provide public input relating to a subject matter within the Board of Supervisors' authority or jurisdiction. So it basically just sets out, this is what a call to the public is. And we encourage, calls to the public, in the second. And then, in third paragraph, individuals wishing to speak are encouraged to sign in. And again, this is mainly for the clerk's purposes, so we have a record of who's been speaking in case we need to do any kind of follow-up of that type. And then you have the guidelines that basically come out. And this first one is a practice that is currently in place, that 15 minutes before the meeting starts. Comment cards are administered up front, and then I know Natasha has them over at her desk also. And so that the then speakers would sign the card, get it with the clerk, and again, just so that we have a process in place so that the clerk can go ahead when she compiles the minutes, having that information down. Item 3 is your standard practice already. We surveyed and looked around, and the majority of jurisdictions, go to 3 minutes. Rarely did they exceed 3 minutes. There were a few that limited to 2 minutes, in fact. Item number 4 is just try to encourage those members in a group that they can go ahead, if they are a member of a group and someone is speaking, the whole group can stand. So you can identify who is all behind that speaker. And it's just a decorum thing, if you will. And then item number 5 is, again, what the chairman essentially does now when you are gaveling or when you are introducing beforehand, act civilly, please, no booing, clapping, and so forth, or other forms of support. And a new part that we did put in there, because, we have occasionally seen this and we have occasionally received complaints about this, is that any person, making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or who become boisterous while addressing the board or engages in electioneering 60 days before a primary or a general shall be asked to refrain from such. And if they refuse, they can be removed by the chairperson. The electioneering part is, frankly, that's a new one. And we have received in the past, complaints from the public that why is this person getting up there and announcing their campaign and this and that, at this meeting? And we kind of arbitrarily, if you will, picked a 60-day window before the primary election so that, somebody is not, again, abusing the call to the public, if you would, because that's electioneering, essentially. So we tried to put some guardrails on that. Again, that is, just based on some complaints we had received in the past. And then item number 6 is, again, a statutory requirement that you are not able to engage in that debate back and forth with the call to the public or when public comment, on an item is done. And the reason for that is, again, set out in statute because the public doesn't know what that item is going to be about when a call to the public comes. And you are confined, I should say, to those 3 things underneath that you can ask staff to study the matter, place it on a future agenda, and respond to criticism. But you're not able to have that debate back and forth with a member of the public during a call to the public or public comment because, again, that matter has never been agendized for debate. It's just for, as we said early on, for the time period at the beginning paragraph, period for the members of the public to address the board on items of concern, not for you to have debate back and forth with those. And that, again, is per statute. And then item number 7 are just cleanup for the clerk's office so that we know that people coming in have an idea that if you're going to present copies, we need X number of copies, and to go to the clerk to do that. And I'm happy to answer any questions on that item.
Mr. Chairman?
Supervisor Miller.
Just a quick question there, Counselor. If a person has wants to do a public comment, but they have a specific point, or they may need an extra minute, can they come to the chair before the meeting and ask, hey, could I have like one more minute more, or I might run over a little bit, and give a heads up to the chairperson? Is that proper?
That's proper. And in fact, if you recall, in the board rules, we did give the chairman the ability to limit or expand.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from the board? Questions?
Constantly,
I'm gonna give public comment at the end of all this. So if you can.
I'm constantly amazed that people can't see that red light.
And then, Mr. Chairman, if you're ready, I'll move on to the last one.
Yes, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under number 1 guidelines, it says 15 minutes before the start of the meeting. Why don't we just put before the start of the meeting? Because if we have 100 people wanting to put in their cards, they may get here early, and is it necessary to have the 15 minutes in there?
There's no magic requirement for that, Supervisor. I would look to the clerk's office, because that is her responsibility and what she wanted.
Typically, the 15 minutes is when we open the doors, but however, when we have several individuals here that want to speak like we did today, what I do is I will go out and I will collect cards at that time, so it will be before the 15 minutes. It's just based upon the number of individuals that we have attending, but typically it is the 15 minutes.
All right, thank you. And on number 5, electioneering 60 days before a primary or general election. Is there something in statute that prevents somebody from doing? I got 1 yes and 1 no. So
I'm not aware of anything in the statute that prevents you from, at a public meeting, at the call of the public to do that. Kent?
Well, remember, that's the fight.
That's the fight.
So and again, my question is, if we adopt that, would we be violating someone's First Amendment?
So there is a dispute specifically on this issue. If you recall, sometimes we have during, what are they? I believe they're contested zoning issues where we have to have substitute counsel that represents us. The substitute counsel that we always bring in, their primary job is they are city counsel for a number of city agencies. And they advise all of their city actors that they are not permitted to allow any electioneering. They cited a statute that gave me a very long memo. There's some question of the applicability to us. I can tell you they very much believe that it's electioneering. So if we do that, I think we're staying clear if we stay away from it. And you're not violating anybody's First Amendment rights if you were saying, hey, this is a policy that we're making because it's getting really close to the state statute. So it depends on what attorney you get. I will tell you that there's a handful that will tell you that it is, or a handful that tell you one. So I wasn't disagreeing with Chris. I was remembering this was the genesis of where it was, which is what I wanted to address because, Chris and I have had conversations. We think you may be able to get away with it here, but we think we're inviting litigation at some point because somebody's going to say something that somebody doesn't like, and then potentially we're going to get lumped in. We can avoid that by not electioneering and not permitting that from this particular podium.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, so I have a couple of points on the call to the public. I would recommend moving the call to the public to the end of the meeting. I think Maricopa County does it, the city of Apache Junction. I recall that another county does it, but I can't think of the county right now. And that gives the public an opportunity to hear all items and comment on an item, even if the item did not have a specific call to the public component. It takes the pressure off the chairman early in the meeting where an extensive call to the public may impact scheduled experts and lawyers or whoever who are on standby and incurring fees. And, the call to public is an important aspect in our society and provides an outlet for citizens to express their concerns, their beefs, their desires, and even some conspiracy theories. And so it's a pressure relief valve for an increasingly engaged and often angry constituency, and I think we should maintain it to the greatest degree possible. And I think following the lead of Maricopa County and Apache Junction and others, it might be wise to put it at the end.
Interesting point. Okay, anybody else have a comment on that?
Instead of comments, I was a part of when Apache Junction was forced to put it at the end. It's because it was during a nasty recall, and you had a bunch of people, and it was just very angry. And then you've also, every council has a certain number of kooks that come, and you've got dignified professional people in the audience, and they have to sit through all that before they can get to their actual business. So it allows people that have driven in from far away to actually do their business before you hear some of that stuff. So that was the reasoning. It just got out of hand early on, and they moved it to the end. And if they were that adamant, then everybody should be heard always, but that was the reasoning to put it at the end.
And Mr. Chairman, there are other jurisdictions that do put it at the end. I think the City of Phoenix also has that at one, and some of their meetings at the end, and other jurisdictions also have it at the end, but they limit it. Say, we're going to limit it, but it's usually those meetings that are held in the evenings. They'll say, okay, we're limiting, call it a public, to 30 minutes. That's it. Because by then you're at 9, 10 o'clock, and they're not going to go on forever. So they just limit it, and when they do put it at the end on some of those.
It may stop some of the excess speakers from coming up because they've heard now what they want to talk about, possibly. I mean, I think I think that's a nice idea. We could try that for a while and see what happens. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only thing I would be concerned about is days like this. That, you know, if you have a long meeting and everything, that having some consideration for time and people's day to sit around to say a few words. I just think I'd like to think about that, because I was in a certain scenario where they did move it to the end and then they moved it back to the beginning. So I don't know. I'd like to just kind of think about that. And there's some other things I'd like to bring up before we call the public, but
okay.
to this topic, that's my thoughts.
Well, I think, and the way we've been doing it lately, where I've got call to the public, but I've been allowing folks to speak on certain items, I think that gets... And
that's helped, I think.
I think it's eased up some of that call.
I have one more thought on that. Because of, for instance, I think several months ago we had one of our state reps came that wanted to address us. You allowed her more time. That was during call to the public. You would not have wanted to made her wait through the whole meeting to do that. So what the City of Apache Junction did is that person would then go through the county manager's report, and you would do it at that time during part of the county manager's report if there was a professional person that had input that they wanted us to hear, not just their opinion. So that is a possible way around that.
I think also that you could agendize that, couldn't you?
Yeah, that's my suggestion.
I would agendize that person to speak rather than do it the way we did.
But if a U.S. Senator shows up here, they're not going to be agendized. Let's let them talk, you know.
Yeah. One last comment, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
So we talk about a meeting going long like this. In these same proposals, any member can propose to shuffle the deck. So if it looks like it's going long, we can say, okay, it's noon. Roberto's got to get out and get his lunch, so we'll have it now. So I think going to the end and being flexible is a good idea.
Do you want to try that?
I mean, I think we can find something here that'll
some
work for all
medium
of us.
we can play with the.
And that's true. The chair does have the prerogative to move an item up or down on the agenda.
Depending on the day.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments on call to the public at this point from the board? Okay, let's go to the last one, or not.
House rules.
Did you? Sure, house rules.
Okay.
Three cards at a time, face down.
That's out face down, low card,
That's it.
Need jacks to open. These are pretty, self-explanatory, if you would. They're just common courtesy things, and these were pretty much recommended by the consultant that he has seen used across the country. Sometimes he even said that, they'll have these posted on the wall someplace, for the public to know and for the public also to get the idea of what they should or should not be doing. And it's just a reminder, really, of what the board's roles are and what the roles the public should be doing, and for staff, too, so they know what it is. But again, it's just common rules of courtesy that he suggested, that he's used in the past, that seem to accomplish keeping people on track and reminding them. And, if need be, people can point to, the House Rules of Conduct, please, let's agree to disagree. Let's not go into, this item or that item or pointing fingers. That's all that really comes down to.
Is everybody good with that? Any questions, comments? You have one? Okay, Supervisor Kavanaugh.
So when we talk about the House Rules of Conduct, presumably these apply to those speaking, the board, anyone. But what is the enforcement mechanism? Is it up to the chair then to gavel?
It would be. It would be.
And then finally, I think in the motions we may need to add if there's something, that is.
Where are you in this?
I'm back. It sort of relates to this. That rules of conduct kind of relates. We may want to have a motion that relates to House Rules of Conduct, that we could have a motion that a rule of conduct is being violated if someone's out of line and the chair hasn't recognized what's going on or is engaged in listening. One of the members may want to say, I object to the conduct or something of that order.
No, that would just be general conversation. I mean, that would just be just drawing attention to the fact, I think.
So you don't want a specific motion?
I don't think we need a motion for that as much as hey, look what's going on. Okay. I mean, truly,
So
I
simple, hey,
can't
you,
watch
you.
everything. Hey, you. Yeah, cut it out. Okay. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of things, couple of thoughts, and I want to ask Mr. Keller to maybe address a couple of things when I conclude. But for me, if I disagree with an opinion or a point or it's not a personal attack. It's a position I hold. So I hope nobody takes my, contrary action on something as a personal issue. It's a philosophy with me typically. I don't try to address that. So I hope that's kind of really we should have debate, and we almost should have some variance in our thought process, because that's what really makes the better governments, I think. So I just kind of want to say that. A couple of things that have been brought to my attention and asked, and we haven't addressed them in here. Is there opportunity to have our meetings elsewhere? Is there opportunity to engage the public in a more casual scenario or situation? Probably not really agendized, but opportunity to interact with the public at a little bit different level. So I know that was a concern of one of my constituents and had been brought up to me a couple of different times. I don't know where we can go with that. It does involve the entire board, and the board would have to want to either participate in it or not, I guess. But is there some opportunity to do something like that? I mean, even to the suggestion of holding a board meeting in another location. Is that a possibility? And I just want to throw that out there and see where legal stands on that kind of stuff.
And in response to that, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Miller, I asked Natasha to check with other counties and see how many they do remote. Very rarely do they have a remote meeting outside of their chambers, if you will, other than when it's budget time. And then they'll roll out the budget. Budget presentations is normally what they would do. You need to have your meetings, during your working days, as opposed to on a Saturday or Sunday. That's basically set out. You don't have to have them during the day. You can have them in the evening, so that is something. As far as location, there's nothing to prevent you from moving a location, but it's the logistic component of that I have concerns with the clerk's office being able to record, but also being able to allow those public who cannot participate at that being able to view it. Because we don't have what's the contract or swag it or something like that allows these meetings to be broadcast live. You may not have that ability depending on where you're going. So those were just some of the considerations of that.
Well, we held a lot of meetings without being televised for a number of years. I mean, I don't even remember what year we started, but it wasn't that far back. So there were a lot of meetings that, now there was opportunities sometimes for transcript or recordings and that type of thing. How about I guess you could have similar town hall scenarios where you might be able to have constituents come in. And I suppose as long as there's only 2 supervisors and not 3 supervisors, everything would be kosher at that point. Am I on base with something like that?
There's nothing to prohibit any of those town hall type of scenarios, and those are going to even be held on the weekend because you're not voting on any items. Right. You're not taking any formal action.
Right. Chair, if I could add very briefly.
There you are, yes.
I walked around on you. So, Supervisor, we're not limited to just having 2. You could have 3 there. You just have to comply with open meeting laws.
And that's true.
That's the only issue. So if we agendize something and there's 3 of you that want to be there because you are all serving roughly that area and it's a nuanced issue, as long as you agendize it and you stay with what's in the agenda, you're not going to get in trouble. It's only if you start discussing because there's a majority that could actually make a decision without the public having any awareness of it that we run into those, we run afoul where we're going to get in trouble. So we don't have to be afraid of that idea. We just have to be transparent and open, and the public needs to know what we're doing. And as long as we're following that general principle, we can be flexible with you. We can work with you.
Okay, yeah, and that's true. I didn't consider the agendizing it or public notice.
And evening meetings was on your list of things, too, and that created an overtime issue. Is that correct? Or could possibly?
It could possibly, depending on, what items you're specifically going to have. If you're going to need, support staff coming to those type of things, management level, you don't have that concern because, we're on the clock, if you will. It's the hourly, those times. Occasionally you might have those. And I don't know if there presents any problems for Natasha or that. Part of the problem that you do have is staff and childcare and those type of things, spouses working and stuff like that. So, I mean, personally, I think if it's a rare, you probably don't have any problems with that. But if it's a routine where all of a sudden you shift your meetings to the evenings, you just need to think about those logistics, for support staff and everyone else too.
Well, I'm looking at this one going, gee, if you had a 5 o'clock meeting or 6 o'clock meeting, it would now be, 11 o'clock at night. Or 12.
Well, if the chair
not happening,
would do a good job at managing these.
If I did better with a gavel, I'd be quiet. Okay.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So if we held daytime meetings in Apache Junction, the city of Maricopa, Casa Grande, using their AV equipment, and it worked. Would there be an objection to that? Would there be a legal reason we couldn't do that?
No, there would be no legal reason why you could not do that. Yeah. You get into problems when you have those meetings outside of the county.
Right.
Oh, yeah. You wouldn't want to do that.
Outside of the county.
Traveling roadshow, like Vegas, just go hang out. Supervisor Surrey.
White Mountains.
Yeah.
So I would see a reason to have meetings like that, not to do an agenda like this. But here again, on my own experience, at one time when President Obama was in office and healthcare was a big thing for discussion, Congressman Darrell Issa came to Apache Junction with Congressman Gozar, and yet there was a third congressman there. They asked if they could use our council chambers to have an official meeting of the U.S. Congress to hear about people's health care needs. So it, of course, wasn't Congress meeting, but it was an official congressional meeting, and it had all of the same authority. So you could possibly do something like that. Let's say some remote area like down in Kearney or whatever, and there's a big issue down there. Perhaps 3 of us go down there and we have a meeting to address their issue in their home area to get more pertinent info. It could be something useful like that, is how I would envision something like this happening.
That's a great idea.
Any other comments from the board? I need to open this up to public comment. I have to leave in a few minutes, so if there's no comment, nothing from here. Mr. Revelis, you have a card in. Did you care to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Roberto Revelis. This has been a very useful discussion that you've allowed the public to listen to, because to me, you have essentially 3 different topics that you've been addressing under this one agenda item. 2 of them really, as a very interested layman, the Board of Supervisors conduct rules of procedure seems to really need to be discussed within the members of the board. As a member of the public, yeah, I'm interested in hearing about it. But it also illustrates that moving the call to the public to the end of a meeting, I think, denigrates the opportunity for this to really be a public square that welcomes all points of view. And I think we need to concentrate on the call to the public. I'd like, for example, to address 3 of the guidelines that you've got. And the clock's running, but again, this illustrates one of the challenges. Within 3 minutes to deal with the 3 very important topics you're addressing, it's almost physically impossible for a layman to summarize within 60 seconds devoted to one topic, 60 seconds to another topic, and another 60 seconds to the other topic. So, Mr. Kavanaugh, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kavanaugh, I appreciate that you readily recognize that, hey, how about an opportunity for an unpopular view to be expressed? This is the public square that really built our country. The ability for all members of the public to come together and, without a 3-minute limit, talk about important issues. Let me get to the 3 guidelines before you shut me off.
I'm not going to cut you off extremely quickly. I'm going to give you a little time.
Yeah. For example, I was one of those who asked the question that was going to be addressed back in August about what do we mean by call to the public that allows members of the public? And I raised at that point, well, an elected official for the county and for the state ought not to be taking up time that's precisely designated for the public. So I'd like a definition.
It's okay. Just keep
going. Because I really think this is, I'm trying to be constructively helpful.
Understand.
Define members of the public. Would this allow our valuable member, Doug Wolf, for example, to use call to the public, or could it more efficiently be agended to allow that member of the county government an opportunity to address intensely and without limited time items that are important within that department? My other, so a definition of who qualifies as member of the public. I appreciate that State Legislator Mendoza was here, and it was a good opportunity for us to hear about her specialization. But couldn't it have been included as an agenda item and not allow some of us to feel, wow, I was only given 3 minutes, and here she's being given 18 minutes because I timed it. So definition of who qualifies as a member of the public. Then where the sign-up process, and I really appreciate the efficiency of the professionalism that your clerk always exhibits. And she deserves an opportunity to take care of the overflow crowds and collect, to allow the chairman to more effectively manage, not control, but manage the public's participation. So that's a second item. Third item and last item, the new topic of electioneering. I plead guilty. I am constantly electioneering because I think that that's at the basis of the public square. You need to know when we agree with you, we support you, but also, very importantly, when we disagree and offer you a different point of view. So electioneering, to me, is a kind of a scary thought, quite frankly, because I do think that we all learn from each other. And I'm probably the most consistent participant at Call to the Public, hopefully not in an abusive way. And that's why most of the time I hang back. And, Mr. Chairman, you sometimes don't see me because I'm, quote, hiding behind somebody or the other. But this would facilitate your managing of the business if we knew that every point of view is really appreciated. So I am concerned about adding this new electioneering. That's the substance of my concern, and hopefully constructive response to what you are about to decide on Call to the Public. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Miller, did you just, I'm hearing things now, okay. Mr. Keller, would you define electioneering, please?
Let me start this way. The matters for the call to the public should be addressing items that they're providing public input on subject matters that are within the Board of Supervisors' authority or jurisdiction. An example is you have to agendaize a planning and zoning meeting. It would be inappropriate at a call to the public at a planning and zoning meeting for someone to come up and say, this election was bad, this was terrible, that's not their jurisdiction. They have no jurisdiction over elections at a planning and zoning meeting. So it gets to be kind of difficult when someone is talking about the Washington, D.C.s of the world are doing this and that, and we should never do that. If you don't have any kind of responsibility in that, that is not within your jurisdiction. The laws the principles and the laws and the case laws tends to say you need to confine it to the matters before the board that the board has jurisdiction on. And that's where the electioneering part comes in. That's nothing you really have jurisdiction over, is whether that person should be running or not. And hey, I'm going to be vote for me in the next 6 weeks because I'm going to be running and I'll do this and that. That is nothing that you really have jurisdiction over. So that's why I put it in there as that. I'll be honest, it's a little amorphous, but that's really what it's meant to curb, are those incidents for someone coming and wanting to speak regarding their campaign or such and such a proposition or something like that. Okay. Unless it's agendized.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Volkmer.
Thank you, Chair. Without getting too, shall we say, wonky, I'm going to try and just really kind of broad picture. This is the issue that we run into. We're talking about 11.410, which prohibits explicitly using public resources, quote, for the purpose of influencing the outcomes of elections. So 11.410 is a statutory prohibition. You cannot use public resources to influence the outcome of elections. And then outcome of elections is through years and years of case law. is whittled down, and I'm trying to find, I had it, but I had to scroll up to give you that quote. There's an opinion that was written. Oddly enough, it was an AG opinion written at the request of both Sheila Polk and Bill Montgomery in about 2016, if I recall, regarding what would constitute the improper use of government resources. It's also informally known as the Mini Hatch Act. You'll also hear it when we talk that language. That's the same sort of concept. That's the issue we run into. Influencing the outcome of elections means supporting or opposing a candidate or nomination or election to public office or the recall of a public office, or supporting or opposing a ballot measure, question, or proposition, including any bond, budget, or override election, and supporting or opposing the circulation of a petition for the recall of a public officer, or petition of a ballot measure, question, or proposition in any manner that is not impartial or neutral. So that's where you get into that dance, and that's why I said earlier it's not particularly clear. So the argument that this is a public forum that Mr. Ravella said, this is a public forum, so the county is not actually taking any particular position on it. It's free, and we're giving both sides equal access to it. So they're saying that that's not really taking an impartial position. But what they're saying is this is the people that are saying you can't do it, they're saying that this is a voice that they would not have otherwise. So, and I mean this with all due respect, but it's easier for me or Roberto or anybody else to reach potentially thousands of people that are listening to this and get our message out that way than maybe we can by just texting on Twitter or something like that. So that's the balance. That's why we struggle with it, and that's why it's unclear. I will tell you a lot of places have just said, no, we're not doing it. The cities have taken firm positions. This is a decision that's solely within your discretion. Whatever position you take, that's fine. Mr. Ravelis' position, I think, is perfectly understandable. It's just quite possible that we could get sued. I will tell you, just to be very specific, when Mr. Wolf, about 2 months ago, specifically said, hey, we need to support the exemption for our veterans, that he came up and said, hey, we won. That was clearly electioneering, and we did receive complaints. Now, we were able to sort of pacify those complaints, and because it was sort of limited and isolated, it never rose to any sort of threatened litigation. But that was an example of electioneering. I'm not faulting Mr. Wolf. He's using, again, the podium that he has available to him to make the comments to support something that he believed in. But that's the type of stuff. Had there been a series of those, I fully expect we would have seen some lawsuits saying, hey, that's a violation of 11.410, and then we ship that to the AG's office.
Okay, thanks. So I'm hearing a question coming out of the over here.
Yeah. So you mentioned that Mr. Wolf's comment. Was that the video?
No, he came in and he said, I want to encourage everybody to vote in favor of whatever the proposition number is, which gave disabled veterans an exemption for their real estate taxes. Okay. He said it's something we used to have. It was taken out. It was found to be illegal, so now we had to pass it. So I'm encouraging everybody here to vote in support of that. This is a good thing. We should honor our heroes. I mean, he gave a very impassioned speech. Again, he didn't cross any inappropriate lines. He just advocated for his position. But the argument is he used government resources to take a particular position on a proposition that was before voters.
Okay. Write a letter to the editor. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, and if I could just, add on to that, Supervisor Kavanaugh, if you recall, and it was a little bit muddled at that meeting, Mr. Wolf came in and said, I wear two hats. I have my public hat and I have my private hat. And I want to speak to you as a citizen. And he tried to pitch it that way, but frankly, to a lot of the public, it's hard to distinguish. And so that's where it can get muddled.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
You, Mr. Miller, Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. And in my opinion, we never get to take our public hat off. It's always on, no matter what we're doing. So, but I think to Mr. Ravelis' point about who is public, if you and that goes to this point, I'm saying you always have your public hat on. If you're an elected official, you're always an elected official. We should send out a memo or let other electeds know that if they're presenting something, or they want to do something like Mr. Wolf did, that maybe we do put it on an agenda so it has a little more, it does have an opportunity for us to interact with them. And so I don't know, looks like I'm going to get schooled here. But
Chair, members of the board, as you're aware, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind the scenes. And this was a question that was specifically discussed with Mr. Condiff, our outside consultant. There were a couple different options. There was actually another option that was discussed about just keeping a standing agenda item for elected officials to be able to address. So following call to public, there would just be a standing agenda item. We discussed, has that happened? Because we're not the only people he consults from. If I remember correctly, I think he's from Texas. He's been brought into lots of various agencies. He said the majority just collapsed them into one and just deem us as an elected to be a member of the public. But we did talk about alternatives. That was an alternative that I did speak with him, just having a separate standalone agenda item that would allow any elected official, if they were present, to come and give an update about their office, things that are going on in the community, an event that they were holding on or whatnot. So that was another option that was discussed. I wasn't privy to the final decision that was presented to you. My presumption is that ultimately we thought it made sense to combine those, but that was a discussion that occurred, and there have been jurisdictions that have handled it that way, Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Well,
Mr. Chairman, if I could just also add on that, what Kent didn't know, the other option that was discussed is your item number 17, where the board requests future agenda items be presented. If any board member that has a future item, that could be expanded also to request, if any elected has an item they'd like to see on a future agenda, that they would have an opportunity. So that was another thing that was kicked around a little bit. It was also kicked around whether, putting something out to the elected saying, if you want something on, get it to the clerk's office, by such and such a time period, and we'll agendaize it, or go to the chairman and agendaize it. So there were a lot of different options that were kicked around for that.
Okay, any other questions? Mr. Reck, you're up, sir.
Okay, thank you. A couple things. First, I would recommend that the call to the public not be moved to the end of the meeting. I know that for me, it's important to make my comments to you, but it's also important to be heard by my fellow citizens. And here we are at the end of this meeting, as compared to who was here at the beginning of the meeting. That's quite a difference. So I would really strongly recommend that that not be done. I also like to encourage you to continue to think about night meetings, at least occasionally. Again, looking out amongst the people, I know I'm getting a lot of grays here myself, but I see a lot of gray hair, a lot of white hair. I don't see a lot of young people because they're working. And I think it's important to enable our citizens to be able to come to a meeting, if it indeed is only occasionally, that they can't come because it's being held during the day. I think back to my career as an educator. There's a reason we have back to school night. There's a reason that we have parent conferences that are held in the evenings, because otherwise parents couldn't come. So again, I strongly encourage you to think about that as, again, even just an occasional thing. In regard to the town halls, those don't necessarily have to be formal. I think they'd be better if they were not. Just as an opportunity to talk with your constituents in a very informal manner, without a lot of the drama and such that happens during these meetings. And again, talk about, a very inexpensive thing to do, to put out some burgers and drinks for people, to encourage people to interact with their elected officials. So again, I encourage you in that regard. Lastly, to take up about the electioneering thing, I think it's an important thing to have a public forum where people can voice their concerns. And, a lot of the concerns that are brought up about specific politicians and races and so on do have something to do with this board, if only indirectly. I mean, certainly when you see a lot of the election deniers and so on, and the impact that has upon the public's faith in the elections, that people need to be able to speak to that and from both sides, and allow people to interact with each other, if even only just in thought. So I would hope that perhaps that restriction could be stricken down. Thank you.
All right. To his point on food, you had a comment on that.
I did not necessarily have a comment. In fact, I think Supervisor Surdy has an open house tomorrow that I think he's going to probably provide pizzas if it was like his last one last year. No.
Okay, thank you. Any other?
For it out of my own pocket.
There you go. Any other?
And that is a fair point, though. You can run into gift challenges and stuff like that of using county resources for non-county purposes like that. It depends how far over the line you go.
Okay.
Getting caviar is probably a little too far.
Only a little bit, though. It's a small jar.
Hot dogs, beanie weenies, maybe you're okay.
Okay.
Some of us, pizza is a caviar. So.
Okay, any other comments from the board? So
we're voting now. So regarding move and call the public to the end, I think that's an option in the future if there would ever get to be a nasty situation. But as of right now, I don't see any reason to move it to the end.
okay, and well, again, I do, or whoever the chairman is has the option to move things around. So
I think it should be considered. Yes, absolutely, I agree.
Okay. But as for these rules that we have here, any other comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Okay. Oh, I got two. Here we go. Supervisor Miller.
Well, as far as electioneering, I think Doug Wolf is the only one that really has kind of pushed the envelope. And so I don't know, I guess if that's, I'd just like to see how many people we would call out on that. I just don't know. And I appreciate your comments, because I agree with you, Chris, that sometimes they come up here and they start telling us stuff or asking us about things, or why are we not fixing things we have no control over. We can't fix Washington from here, I can tell you that right now. Is it good to know maybe what somebody in Washington is doing? I guess, and if you're staying abreast of those types of things, because that's what that's the kind of person you are. You just follow those things on a regular basis. But I don't know. I just don't think there's that many people that do the electioneering. However, I guess if it becomes something, it would be a modification, or you could add it later. That would be my thoughts about it. But I just think that we could probably pass on that part of it right now and see how often it comes up.
Okay, for reconsideration at a later date. Okay. Supervisor Goodman.
Thank you. They were along the same lines that Supervisor Miller was stating, but the other thing is I've been disheartened over the last several months the way things are with our call to the public and the total disrespect that all sides have towards one another. And it's been disheartening to me, and I like these house rules. Listen and understand before judging. That's one of our biggest problems right now, is we don't listen to understand, and we've got to get back to that. Our country, we've heard it from the public all over. We're so divisive on things right now that it's not even funny, and so I think that's one thing that we can do better here within this particular course, is to really hold up some of these code of conduct, these house rules that we're talking about, and reiterating the fact that call to the public is a privilege. It's not a right. It's a privilege that is being awarded to the citizens to come here and to require that they follow these code of conduct. And so that's, and as far as the electioneering, I'm with Supervisor Miller. I think I've only had one, maybe two, that we've actually had over the years here. And so, but I like some of the suggestions, and I do like the fact that you've given some flexibility to how things have been ran. I do like the idea, honestly, of moving some of this stuff, like call to the public, to the very end. I do like that. That way we can get some of these other agenda items done and moved on, and then we can, but, that's at your discretion, and I'm willing to go with that.
We can look at shifting the way we do the order of the agenda, because some things we get staff that gets here and gets stuck behind a whole lot of things when they should really be back at work, and it would be easier if we could get them up front, get them done, and then out of here, and then have the call. So we'll just have to look at that at the agenda meetings to set the agenda up and reorganize it a bit.
Totally.
Okay. So with that, there's another comment from Supervisor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quickly, I think Mr. Revelis and maybe even Mr. Reck was saying the concern about being at the end, and you're putting it at a given time during the meeting or something, that may also work. That was just sort of my thought on it. Should we make this item separate from the rest and have a further discussion about it rather than deciding today the call to the public? Is that a motion I would want to enter?
I think the call to the public is really how the call to the public operates. It's not where it is in the agenda. I think that's a whole separate thing. How we organize the agenda is a totally different thing than these things going on.
We'll leave it alone for today. Then.
Okay, and we'll work with some organization of that. I'll work with Ms. Kennedy and Mr. Liu and Mr. Keller, and we'll figure it out. Okay. All right. So with that, I'd ask for a motion on these items.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve item number
16
as presented.
Did you want to make a friendly amendment here?
I'd like to make a friendly amendment to remove the electioneering component.
And I'm just going to say, so that, as it says in here, while addressing the board, and you want to remove or engages in electioneering 60 days before a primary or general election.
Correct.
Those terms.
Want to pull that out?
Just pull
I
that
have
out.
no
for
objection
now.
to the friendly amendment.
Okay, so I have a motion, a friendly amendment, no objection. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay.
Give it to Goodman.
Give it to the young guy. Okay. Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen. Last, we have number 17, discussion of board members' request for future agenda items and/or reports to be presented at upcoming meetings. Does anyone have anything they would like to see or hear? Supervisor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I propose recognizing Roberto Revelis at our December 7th meeting retroactively for his November 25th birthday. Is 90 years old, as well as recognizing him for his civic engagement, for his many years of public service. Many people often disagree with Mr. Revelis on his political positions, but like water over stone, he presents himself at nearly every meeting to express his views and hold us, the government, accountable. And along with this, we might establish an annual opportunity for each district supervisor to recognize a citizen of the county, whether in their district or outside, for their civic engagement as near to November 25th of each year as possible moving forward.
We can look at that, sure.
The second item would be a continued discussion of having meetings in places other than the county seat in the evenings, during the day, the ability of county employees to schedule shift to accommodate that, and discussion of the public video requirements.
Okay. Any other items?
I think those are good for today.
Okay, that's good for today.
Good for today.
So with that, let's see. I would say we need to adjourn the executive session. May I get a motion to adjourn executive session?
I make the motion to adjourn the executive session.
May I get a second?
Second.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Executive session is closed, and we are adjourned.